is one of the areas. That's just one area. Number 7 is religion. We need to practice our whatever religion you are. You need to practice it in a way that is conducive to our ethnic group's needs. Then another area of human activity is sex, and we see often how we have been derailed with sex. And then there's war, which is there's a lot of that going on in the world, and you see how we are. Everybody wants to draw us into it, make us pick a side, and all these things. So there's war, and then there's the 10th one is health, and I think that was very pronounced when there was this big push and a lot of momentum behind reparations, and then all of a sudden we have this health crisis, so to speak, quote unquote. And now we got to distract the world from our advocacy to deal with this, and it weakened us because a lot of people bought into it. A lot of people, felt like they needed to go ahead and allow these people to administer into their bodies whatever they had there to administer, not realizing these are the same people that are against you in reparations. These are the same people who are against you politically. These people practice a religion that's against you. So I don't want to go on too long. I just want to, use that framework to agree with the title. We really do have to simultaneously give hard pushes in all 10 areas of human activity. So if there's if we are able to rely on ourselves, like Dr. Melanie Stevens, I'm going to throw her name out there. She is the widow of the late, great Dr. Laila Africa. So now I'm talking about health. So if we don't have to go to the same people who are against us politically, who vote against us, if we don't have to go to them for our health, if we can handle that with her recommendations and her late husband and people like her, she's not the only one, but she's the most qualified person, most qualified in these states to deal with Black people's issues. If she doesn't know, she'll send you to a doctor that does know, that you can trust. And we need to deal with health like that, economics like that, economic initiative that we need to go, that we're going to start is, and I encourage it to catch on in anybody's state, is the Martin Luther King Boulevard. So if you live in a city where there's a Martin Luther King Boulevard, that's number one. You got to live in a city where Martin Luther King Boulevard. Number two, you have to have a car in order to participate in this. If you don't have a car and you live 2 blocks away from Martin Luther King Boulevard, I'm not talking to you. You need to just do what you need to do. But we need to, if it's a business and it's on Martin Luther King Boulevard and it's not Black owned, it's off grounds, off limits for the Black dollar. If it's on Martin Luther King Boulevard and it's a Black owned business, that means you're going out of your way to spend your money there. If it's a gas station and it's Black owned and it's on Martin Luther King Boulevard, you're gonna keep going there till they need to run out of gas in the middle of the week, before we go to anywhere else. And in that way, we can allow these non-Black American-owned businesses on Martin Luther King Boulevard to fall to the wayside, while at the same time bolstering existing Black-owned businesses on Martin Luther King Boulevard. As the non-Black-owned businesses begin to falter and fall to the wayside, that's going to leave those properties and those and business opportunities for Black Americans to come in and take their place. They're going to have to sell. They're going to have to sell out. They ain't going to be able to pay the loans that they've gotten to get their business. They're going to have to sell. They're going to get foreclosed on, or they'll just sell before they get foreclosed on. Well, hey, we'll let you foreclose. We'll go to a deal with your bank and buy that building and go ahead and put a liquor store right back where you had one at. But only this time, it's us. And we can do this. We got to get that bus boycott spirit back in us, where we're willing to go out of our way to have our way. And so that's the Martin Luther King Boulevard initiative. And you'll find that if you can galvanize and even 3% of your Black American population in your city to do that, you'll find it much easier to deal with your political apparatus that you have there. They'll start listening to you. You know, so if it's a McDonald's in your community and it's not a Black-owned franchise, yeah, you just need to let it fail. It needs to close up. You know, so hopefully all of that made sense, and I appreciate y'all letting me speak.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes perfect sense. I think I heard you speak about the Martin Luther King strategy in another space, and yeah, I mean, I live in a city where I'm trying to think. I think our busway, because I was at first I was like, I don't think we have one, but yeah, the East Busway, which is essentially a private highway for buses only, was named the Martin Luther King Jr. Busway, but there's no businesses on that particular stretch of roadway here. But I do know that is a popular name for streets all across America. So, no, I agree with that strategy. Anything you can do to put yourself in a position of economic authority and then leverage that to political authority, because they really do work together. They are almost synonymous and tied at the hip. It's really hard to have one without the other. Some people, through hard work, luck, blessings, are able to have successful businesses outside of politics. The problem becomes when you try to transfer that to the next successive multiple generations. um, there becomes issues because you're dealing with politics. You're dealing with state-based, city-based, county-based organizations, even in the inheritance and the taxation on the inheritance and everything else involved there. So you definitely want to ultimately have uh, at least a working understanding of both at some point in your existence. Here in this country, Black American Homeland was talking about easing the restrictions for businesses, especially Black American businesses, which is something we absolutely will do, can, must do once we have political control, to eliminate many of these barriers for entry that they put up, whether it's an excessive price on licensing, whether it's requiring people to go to school to do something that we do naturally, normally anyway, like cutting hair, braiding hair, caring for hair, etc. There are just some things where they've put in the stipulations to lock people out. I mean, it's not about regulation, it's not about safety for the public. It's about locking people out. So
Yeah, and that's why. And I've noticed that because we see that here in St. Louis, where just about any major city, especially the major cities, there is so much red tape and such thick regulation for just about any business to get started. But what's happening is somehow these non-Black American businesses aren't being held to the same standard that Black American businesses are held. We have to, if there's any regulation, before we can even open our doors, we have to comply with each and everything to the letter. All of our I's have to be dotted and all our T's have to be crossed before they'll even letting us open our doors. But we see other businesses, oh well, okay, you can be open this month. Just come back next month and we'll check on that and make sure it's done. But for now, you can just go ahead and move on. They're getting all these type of leeway. They're not prosecuted the way that St. Louis's Black American businesses are. We got businesses around here that look like the building is about to fall in, and they in there selling Asian food. You know, and we're wondering, where's the health inspector? Like, how long did you spend here? You know what I'm saying? You must not have spent. You must have just walked in, picked up something, put it in your pocket, signed some documents, left that on the table, and left.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
instance, I'll give you a perfect example of why we need initiatives like the one that I mentioned. So there was a Black American-owned sandwich shop, uh, uh, and it was right across the street from a convenience store owned by what I believe to be Palestinians. I believe those are Palestinians. But in any case, whatever they are, they not Black Americans, they Middle Easterners. And so when this sandwich shop opened up across the street from their convenience store, back in the back of their convenience store, they sold food. They sold hot food and things of that nature. Now, many people would go to them because they would accept food stamps for hot food, and that's against the law.
Wow.
Now we talk about regulations, how they're enforced, who they're enforced against in business. Okay, so we know you're not supposed to sell hot food on food stamps.
Crazy.
You know, that's part of the rules. Okay, but they do it anyway. They've been over there doing it for years, and the community really didn't snitch on them, and no other Black-owned businesses snitched on them. We figured let the community have that advantage. Okay, so when the Black-owned sandwich shop started doing it, that's right across the street, all of a sudden they weren't selling food no more because those sandwiches were good. I mean, even when the Black-owned business wasn't taking food stamps, they still had a line out the door. And the other business felt it. So you know what they did? They scoped that business out, the Black-owned business across the street, figured out that they were also had begun taking food stamps and giving them hot food in return, and called the people in on them, got them shut down. You know, that business tried to come back. They tried to overcome the regulations and the backlash, or what they call it, the consequences of them doing that. They tried to overcome it and open it up, but I guess the economic blast that hit them from being snitched on, they couldn't overcome it, and now that building is closed now. It's deteriorating in the community. They were fixing the building up and everything. The building looked great when they were in there. So there's an example of how there are all these rules about business that are set up, and they're not enforced against these other businesses, but strenuously enforced against Black American businesses. Because the shop that I told you, they're probably over there right now taking food stamps for hot food, and the regulators aren't shutting them down. They're not missing a day of business. So in order to fight back against that, that's why we need this initiative to where we apply some force. We'll apply some market pressures from what we can do, which is how we spend our money. And I also wanted to take this opportunity to tell you about why I mentioned people who have cars and who don't. Because what we're not going to do is see that Black American leaving out of one of these immigrant stores or non-Black American stores, and he's walking up the street and run up to him and ask him, why are you in there buying? And because it's near his home, his or her home, and they don't have the means to go any further than that. So we're not going to bear down on the least of us. We're not going to bear down on the poorest of us. But all of us rolling around on dubs, and you going out every Friday night, and you living your best life, and you pulling in these immigrant stores? No. It's part of the reason you were successful in the United States. If you're a Black person, Black American, and you're successful in the United States, you can pretty much contribute that to the community that you come from. I don't care how you stack it. I don't care the situation. You can contribute. You can tie your success. You can link it to it. You might not like it, and you might not want to, but your success in this country can, if you haven't any, can be directly tied to your community and how your community has treated you. So, we're not bearing down on the poor people who can't really move around, but all of us, and 60% of Black Americans are above poverty level, and the other 40% of us are under it. So, see, that's 60%. That's who I'm talking to. You need to ride by these immigrant stores on Martin Luther King, starting there. We're going to let it spread out throughout these cities and throughout the nation. It's not going to be confined just to Martin Luther King Boulevard, but that's a good flashpoint. it's a good rallying point to get this type of movement going. This is how we push back against these unfair enforcements against our businesses. We use our muscle. We're going to have to make some of theirs close, you know. So last thing I'll say is Conscious Outlaw and myself, we did go to our reparations commission's meeting today, and we did, stomp, and I put, some of the things that we said in the Jumbotron as we compile, the footage and everything. We'll show y'all some more. You can also go to St. Louis City's website on YouTube to see the commission meeting in its entirety. We'll be tweeting that on our timelines and things like that. So if y'all help us bring awareness to our advocacy here in St. Louis just by retweeting, that would help us a lot. We had one of our state senators after the meeting. More went on after the meeting this time than went on in it. And after the meeting, we had a chance to talk to one of our state legislators. I remember if she's a representative or a senator for the state legislature of Missouri. But we had a good conversation with her, and she said, she was informed by someone who she was with, and he said he heard about it. He wouldn't even known that the commission meeting was there if he hadn't seen it on Twitter on Conscious timeline. He's right here in St. Louis, and he happened on it from Conscious Outlaw's timeline, and he ended up bringing a state senator. So we really need you all to, when you see us doing constructive things, and when you see us fighting this, just give us a retweet. You just don't know the kind of help that gives us here. Mm-hmm. We lost. Conscious has been doing a great job promoting Black American interests among our aldermen here in St. Louis. We had some aldermen here who were ousted by the federal government. They were brought up under federal charges. That's a story unto itself. But and now there had to be special elections. Well, because of, in no small part, because of Conscious Outlaw's advocacy and diligence in his community, he was able to get our choice of candidate to win that special election. Then regular election season came up, but the districts had been redistricted. They had redrawn the lines of our districts here, different wards now, combining wards and things of that nature. So once the regular election came, there was a contest, and whoever the top two in any ward would go on to a runoff election. Well, Conscious, because of his efforts, she was able to, like I say, win the special election. She was able to win the right to run in the runoffs. Now, when it came to the runoff election, our candidate lost by 150 votes. We need reinforcements from outside of St. Louis. Just like St. Louis sends reinforcements out into the country, it's a historical fact that Mississippi has always provided reinforcements to wherever Black people are in the country. If your population was low, just wait, because some more people out of Mississippi, Alabama, they'll be moving there to that part, and you'll form a community. Okay, well, we need help too. We need more attention brought. We should have won that one. 150 votes, that's nothing. If the attention of the nation was on it. So those of you who have helped us with our advocacy, we want to thank you, and we want to tell you that we really appreciate you. We love you for it, and those who haven't heard of what we're doing, jump in, because we're really trying to do the right thing here. I think I'll just leave it at that. So I think I put it in the Jumbotron, just some of the statements that we did, and we'll give y'all more about it later. It's a real deep process here. Later on, I'll get a chance to tell you more about the success that we've had changing the narrative, changing the conversation right here in St. Louis in our reparations commission. So, but we need to put the pressure on them. And that's why I came up with that Martin Luther King Boulevard initiative. Because it's not enough for me to just go in there and say, just like the thing says, it's not enough to vote. Well, guess what? It's not enough for me to just show up and say what I want to say. I have to say, I have to give them something to think about. It's going to have to, somebody's going to have to feel some pain. It's going to have to be pain. This is going to have to be a painful process for someone other than us. And where we start with that is starving out some of these businesses so that they'll take us seriously. You see, and so I appreciate that, man, and appreciate the space.
Thank you. Yeah, anytime you could DM me, or if I see it, I try to repost everything that is productive and positive and moving Black America forward as much as I possibly can. Whenever I see it, I retweet it. And I try to keep some of the stuff on deck to put into the Jumbotron. If you know who WPI is, DJ Sejuan, he man, if you are in the space with him, he certainly will add it to his list of regular posts that he essentially pushes out over and over and over again. So, and that's a really interesting thing, because oftentimes, me, I've got into the habit. I go into a space. First thing I do is I look at the purple little chat box at the bottom. I click on that, and then I heart the space, and then I retweet the space. And I try to do it every single time. Every once in a while, I'll have to be reminded. The host will say, "Hey, could you tweet out the space?" But it's one of those things where if you do it as a habit, and it becomes a habit, it just becomes a natural part of the way you operate on spaces or whatever. I've started seeing Twitter have these live, they're not spaces, but they're more like live broadcasts. Started seeing them last night, and it looks more like what I would consider like a YouTube situation, where they're essentially um monologuing, and or I've actually seen some where they got the split screen, so they may have a guest on, and more like a program versus a conversation. And so I think, because I've seen a few people do those, and so you'll probably start to see those more on the browser. I haven't seen them on the app, but I've seen them on the browser version. They're in bright pink at the top of the screen. So you'll probably start seeing a lot more of those. And I couldn't tell if they were actually live because it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. So I'm thinking they might have been, recordings that were just playing. I think that's a different thing, where someone who is, their desire is to build content, their desire is to have a platform, their desire is to be essentially a news service or an editorial service. I think that works well for people who have their situations set up in that way. I think for active political activists such as Immortal, who's talking about the things that he's got going on, it's better to have it in a conversation format. When I think about Dr. Claude Anderson, who was in a space not too long ago, that might have been a good way to do that if he was, in the mood to be on camera, and then people could just kind of sit and watch the back and forth between him and the host. But when I think about it again, there were elements where you needed to have the conversation. So I don't know if they're going to add speakers to that. If it's going to be a thing where they'll have people in the audience that can come up and speak. But right now, it just kind of looks more like a broadcast, which is great for situations like the shooter, terrorist, domestically violent psychopath in Maine. There are people who do live shows when those things pop up. He was found dead, suicide, gunshot wound to the head. I'm not sure inside of what home, if it was his home or some other home, but he was officially determined to be deceased. Um, but I say all that to say that the way that these spaces work, they're good for interacting. And I think activism ultimately is an interactive uh, thing. I was going to say sport, but I'm not really into the games part of it. I'm not into gaming. I'm not into playing games. It's more about the activity to get to the solution, to get to the goal, so that Black Americans can be uplifted and empowered in this system. So, um, yeah, I like the interactive nature of what these spaces are versus just broadcasting information at people, talking at people. I'd much rather talk to people and have people respond and react and have a conversation. I just think it's vitally necessary to hear everybody's voice, even those voices that don't necessarily agree with, even those voices that may be combative in some way, shape, or form, even the trolls every once in a while, because for me, I try to look for solutions through it all and often am inspired by off putting comments, things where I'm just like, this, what is wrong with this person? But at the same time, I'll spend the next 2 hours debunking whatever it is they're saying, and then I'll just learn a whole lot of new information in the process. So for that to me, it's actually pretty positive. Darren, I know you came up. If you wanted to add anything, again, the title is Black America Must Do More Than Just Vote Every 4 years. In my opinion, and only being very politically involved and engaged in probably the last 4 to 5 years since writing the book, voting is the bare minimum. Um, and almost to the point of just voting, like living your life, not being involved in politics at all, and then just showing up to vote every 4 years is, in my opinion, is something you might as well skip along with everything else that you skipped in between those 4 years, to be quite honest, because the community, your community, the Black American community, requires so much more than just showing up and voting for whoever the Democrat is, which is what happens 80 to 90% of the time. There's just got to be way more done than just that. So yeah, Darren, if you got something, and then Black American Homeland, if you'd like to add in.
Thanks a lot, Jordan. I came up primarily to say big ups to Immortal, man. I see you, brother. You're doing your thing, and it's very, very positive. So keep doing what you're doing. So, if you need any help, DM. That's about it.
Okay, thank you for that. I had to take a quick thirst break. So I got a video. It's 4.5 minutes roughly, and this is News Nation. I kind of recognize this guy, Dan Abrams. I think he was on some, maybe CNN. I'm not sure, but I think News Nation is. I thought it was pretty right leaning, but maybe they do a little bit of both. But this is about Project 2025. This is titled "The Conservative Proposal Details Plans to Dismantle Government in 2025." So project2025.org is something that's been floating around recently, but it works in conjunction with the Convention of States, which has been floating around since the one website says they've been active since 2013. So there is this organized move from the right to dismantle the federal government, and they're doing multiple attacks. I'll call them attacks because essentially that's what it is. This particular plan goes through electing a conservative, whether it doesn't matter, anybody on the Republican side, into office, and then implementing this Project 2025, which is, if you've heard Vivek, the second generation Indian guy who was running around talking about getting rid of public education, getting rid of this, getting rid of that. This is essentially what he was talking about. It's very scary stuff, because they believe that the Democrats essentially are the deep state, which are the bureaucracy, which are the people who have unelected positions in the federal government. They're overwhelmingly Democrat voters. They overwhelmingly support the Democrat Party, and they earn a living essentially operating the functions of the federal government. And these people have decided that they want to eliminate those positions, eliminate those offices, eliminate their function to the point where essentially the states will be back in control, and the federal government will essentially be reduced down to very low functionality. And that is this plan, and that also is the same plan as the Constitutional Convention, which has, I think they've got 19 or so states that have already passed it, and they've got another like 10 states that it's passed through one house, and then another 10 or more states where it's going through the process. So I think it's a total of 39 states that they have essentially working on this constitutional convention. They need 34 states to bring it to Congress, and then they need 38 to pass it. So they already have more than they need to actually pass it, working on it in process. And that should be something that people should kind of understand what's actually going on behind the scenes, because even though they're going to be talking about this Project 2025, the other thing is much more dangerous, in my opinion, because it really is an attempt to rewrite and reset the Constitution. This is a political war without any actual bloodshed. However, I do have a post up in the Jumbotron that says more and more people in different political ideologies are feeling as though they're ready to use violence for their political purposes. So that is a feeling that is growing within America. So people are understanding and aware. You do need to get some weapons training if you can legally carry a firearm. If you can't legally carry one, you can still have a firearm in your home, in your place of business, as long as you're not prohibited by law to have such devices. It is very, very important to at least get some weapons training and understand first aid training, which kind of goes hand in hand with weapons training. I post 14A over 2A because Black Americans got our gun owning, gun bearing rights through the 14th Amendment. And then also post pray with your 2A, because oftentimes after some of these tragic events, people are saying, prayers, pray. And I just think it's more effective to pray with your weapon in your hand if that becomes necessary. So I'm gonna play this clip real quick, and then I'm gonna take another drink. Yep.
Hey, Black, before you play that clip, it's interesting what you just said about the conventions of the states, right? To try to abolish the federal government. Look, I have that. I've written that in my book, right? Chapter 33, right? I did a projection that in 2080, right?
Oh, wow.
They will call for a convention of the states.
Way ahead of you, bro.
And
unfortunately for us.
And the votes the proposal was to abolish the federal government, right? And the 50 states, and you only need 38 out
Knew you was going to do that just because I tried to look at it. Damn, are you kidding me, bro?
Apparatus that's more powerful than the Supreme Court, more powerful than the U.S. Senate or the Congress, more powerful than the president. Yes, I mean, the Convention of the State is the most powerful apparatus in the U.S. Constitution. So, that's all I have to say.
Now, interestingly enough, when we, I'm not going to say if because it's always a matter of when we control 8 states and then eventually control 10 states, we create a blockade against future usage of that particular apparatus, along with the Hispanics who will probably have at least 5 states, and they may expand a little bit. And then to be quite honest, if we have these Europeans essentially with their majority populations in less and less states, they're always going to be a certain percentage liberal and a certain percentage conservative, and that does start to reduce even their ability at the federal government level to really have this overwhelming majority. Now, the thing that I've noticed in the South, especially, is they tend to lean conservative 70 plus percentage points versus liberal. And so I think that would actually kind of continue across a situation where you have this region of black states, you have a region of Hispanic states, and then you have essentially the white / interracial states. I think it'll be a thing where liberals will find themselves in less and less authority over the entire country, because the truth is liberals in this country win because of black American populations. Their their districts are manipulated in such a way, especially with these black majority districts that are, and I just found this out in a space where Bobby Rush, when they originally did his district, it was 65% black. That was the largest percentage of a district in U.S. history, 65%, according to the thing that the Wikipedia post. But since then, it has reduced down to where it's 52% black majority. So this is another really clear indication of how, whether it's Republican conservatives, they're going to keep manipulating our percentage of power down to the bare minimum just to make it legal enough that they still adhere to whatever constitutional laws they have on the books. Okay, Black American Homeland, you wanted to add in, or okay? So yeah, let me play this clip real quick. It says about 4.5 minutes, and it kind of talks about Project 2025. Now, the thing that I want to say and add into that is this is the calm before the storm, the warning shot before they go from political means of getting what they want to more physical means of trying to get what they want. I really think this is like the Declaration of Independence in their mind, right? You know what I'm saying? Where they're saying, we've had enough of what's going on. This is, we're going to get our president in, and then this is what we're going to do. And if for whatever reason, quite literally, they manipulate the voting tallies again, and it's clear that Biden's like 23% approval rating. Nobody's going to vote for this guy, and then all of a sudden he turns around and wins, or whoever the Democrat is, because I don't know if he's actually going to live long enough to see that election. But and I think it's just going to be natural causes. I think this guy's running out of batteries. But at any rate, I think this is them saying we've done everything we can do. We put it out. We put it on the table. We're letting you know. And then after that comes whatever may come, to be quite honest. So let me get some loves in here, some hundreds, some hugs, some loves, some hundreds, some hugs.
Hey, but if I can explain this right, okay. Look, these right-wing conservative groups, right, or foundation or organizations, right, they think that the Jews control all these different agencies in the federal government, right? So they believe that if they can get rid of these agencies, right, and give more power to the president and give more power to the states, then that would give less power to the Jews, because these conservative groups or these right-wing groups, they always blame the Jews for them not having power or for their problems.
It's a common theme.
Black Americans, we really don't blame the Jews for our problems, right? But I mean, this can get me in trouble, man.
They're all big one big white person. I think
that's what this 2025 project is all about. It's taking over or getting rid of these
Jewish influence,
these federal agencies
small hat influence
that mostly control or run, or the policies are written up by the Jews. And if they can replace those agencies, they can get rid of the Jews, and then they will have these right-wing white groups can have more power on the federal level, or give more power to the states. If I explain that right.
Yeah, we try to use like small hats so that way we're not.
Small hats. Okay.
Yeah, we're not exciting, the powers that be, because they do like to listen in. But I know, right. I mean that is their number one scapegoat. There's no question. It kind of has been, always will be. I think for us, we just see them all as the same population. We really don't make the distinction, and probably really don't need to make the distinction, because there's not a really big distinction there.
I think we should. I think we should, because the small hats, right? They are really a very conservative people, right? However, they like to push these degenerate, the degenerate type of social, thing to the Black community, right? So their community is very conservative and intact. However, the Black community is in disarray, and they feel like, by doing that, they can have control of the Black community, and the Black community, and they use the Black community to show up their or shore up their political position and power on the federal level.
Well, let me ask you
Because
this.
they're only like 7% of the population. But if you look at all the agencies in the federal government, they run most of them.
That's interesting. Let me ask you this though. Okay, so let's just go along with that, and then we're gonna get to Aaron really quick. But let's go in agreement with what you said up to this point. The question becomes, and again, because I think most of us just looked at them as the same. The question then becomes, where are the quote unquote white people who do identify that those people are not them, who do have a problem with them, that then step in between to intervene on our behalf, knowing that we don't control any of this shit, right? So where are those white people? And then the other question of that is, how many of the white people who are not also the small hats benefit financially, career-wise, and other means, where the society is constantly denigrating us and essentially making it very hard for us to compete in these so-called free market, in terms of, you know, getting access to college education, getting access to careers and networks, et cetera, in the society. They don't exist, so they're complicit.
Well, look, also by the white liberal population being a degenerate part, I mean, they also are dependent on them as well, right? So if you can make the United States as degenerate as possible, that's how they can remain in power. While the Republicans and the conservatives, they want everybody, no abortion. They probably no divorce. People going to church. They want a conservative, a conservative type of society. However, a very conservative society works against the small hats, because the conservative society will put them out of power. So they can't, even though they're very conservative people, they can't allow other people to be conservative, because a conservative group usually, what's that word I'm looking for? They usually, they usually have their own strict agenda, where a very liberal group is willing to do a coalition with any group that is willing to work with them. So I can't really. I'm gonna write that. I mean, I already written that, but it's hard for me to actually explain it verbally.
Okay, yeah, no, I understand. I'm gonna let Aaron go, and then I'll follow up with you, because I do have something else I want to add in. But go ahead, Aaron, you got it.
So I agree with the title of the show. Thanks very much, by the way, for letting me on. Mm-hmm. I agree with very much with the title of the show. I believe that everything starts at the foundation of the family, and then we're able to go on from there. I think family is probably the most important thing for us to be able to create a safe foundation for our children to be raised up in, where we value education, where we value the things that we've been talking about with the 10 steps that I believe it was Immortal. Was talking about
Immortal.
For our education, our economic, teaching our children how to love each other, the opposite sex, how to respect life, how to respect each other, so on and so forth. It's the foundation of where we at. I've been listening for a while, and I've just been trying to figure out where you both stand, because I hear these knocks against conservatives, but when you look at the policies, when you look at policy for policy, when you look versus what I'll call them progressives, because I believe that there are redeeming qualities in liberals, but progressives are essentially, not great for America. When you look at policy for policy, I'm just trying to figure out, like, when we talk about arming ourselves,
yeah,
but are we pro-progressive? We talk about, liberty, but are we progressive? I'm trying to figure out exactly where we stand at. I mean, conservative stands for the very things that we're talking about in this room in general, because for the most part, from my understanding and from the way that I've been living, conservatism is about conserving the idealism that was written in both the Declaration and the Constitution to uphold these certain things. It was imperfectly practiced throughout most of our history, but I think that in these years that we're living in now, the strides have been made to really buy into all people are created equal. There are forces that are still moving forward with these old eugenic policies that were foundationally put up to ensure that, in their words, the weeds don't overgrow the properly breeded people to cause poverty and devastation. And so these are the people that we're battling against. So I'm just trying to figure out, are you guys anti-conservative?
Oh no, I'm very conservative. I'm a very conservative person, right? But there is a difference between being a Republican conservative and being a conservative, right? Look, I've traveled to many countries around the world, right? Most of the world is very conservative. If you go to Japan, you will say these people are very conservative. But they're not your Republican type of conservative. They are their distinctive Japanese conservative, right? You go to Korea, it's the same thing. You go to China, you go to the Middle East. They are extremely conservative people, but that is a certain type of Middle Eastern conservative, right? But it all does come down to certain things like family, right? Being married, taking care of your community, those, like, your fundamental principles of being a conservative. I'm in for all those type of things, right? But I'm not really a Republican conservative. I am I don't even know what to call it. It's like just a social conservative where if I had things my way, right? I don't believe in divorce. I don't believe in abortion. I don't believe in we call those things when you divorce your wife, you have to pay. I don't believe in alimony. I don't believe in child support, right? I don't believe in any of those things, right? To me, those are liberal type of laws, right, or policy, right? I believe that if a man gets a woman pregnant, he should marry that woman, and they should be married for life. I'm 57 years old, right? I live in a country where there's no divorce here. There is no abortion here. There's no alimony. There's no child support. If you can leave your wife, or you can separate from your wife, However, you can never be married again. So to me, I'm that type of conservative. However, I'm just one person, right? There's different ideologies and different, factions in the black community, and it's just going to be my faction against the other faction, and when all the black Americans, different factions come to a consensus.
No, you're breaking up, bro.
Then that will be our laws and policies will be, but I'm just one person.
Yeah. Okay, and
answer your question.
Yeah, so for me,
so real quick, if I can, I definitely make the distinction that you can essentially kind of say all Republicans are conservatives, but not all conservatives are Republicans. So I definitely understand
that. Yeah. So I think most Black Americans
absolutely
lean conservatively. Black American only. Can you hear me? Maybe not. Possibly not.
I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Just want to make sure. So, yeah, I think most Black Americans tend to be conservative leaning on some topics and then liberal leaning on other topics. And so I think that what most people would call centrist or moderate is probably a better designation. I think in this space that we are pro-Black American and doesn't really factor in these political ideologies that we don't control. We want to move to be able to control some of the systems in this system, but we're not here fighting over who's Democrat or who's Republican or arguing over their different ideologies. They're all essentially bad for Black America. It really doesn't matter which side you look at. And when you look into some of these independent parties, it gets a lot worse, to be quite honest. So yeah, and I wrote that in my book. Like, we should be centrist. We should sit in the middle, let the white folks fight it out amongst themselves and figure out what's the best move forward for Black America. That would be to our greatest advantage. But yeah, I know where you land, and I get it. I respect it. Some people have fallen into those ideologies. It is what it is. I was in a space with someone who was a Pan-Africanist communist soldier, ready to get on the battlefield. And hey, I can't knock it. It is what it is. Do what you do. But at the same time, while you go off and fight that war wherever that may be, the people who are going to stay here and engage with the system, we've got to figure out a path and a plan and a strategy and execute it and have success, because everything is raining down on top of us, and it's not going to stop. I'm using the term irrelevancy because I really feel that that's what's happening. I believe there's a post going around. I haven't come across it again. The gentleman looks mulatto, I'll say that. But he does kind of represent himself as a Black man, and he says over and over again, he had a conversation with some white politician or whatever person of authority, and he asked them essentially, what do they think about Black people in this country? And the guy told him flat out, we don't think about you. We do not think about you. And that is the reality of our situation. While Biden is creating task force for immigrants, he's just rolled out some sort of African diaspora partnership thing that they got going on. He got a bunch of things on the table, tangible policy, legislation, money behind it, billions of dollars for the African diaspora, who they do actually think about and who they do actually plan to boost because they want to use those people to have access to these African markets. They simply don't think about Black America. It's not benign negligence, it's intentional, but it's at the level of just completely fading into the background. And that is a problem. That is a major, major, massive problem. You know, some of us can survive in it. Some of us are lucky enough, blessed enough, intelligent enough, will work hard enough to figure it out. But for most of us, when they're talking about UBI, and UBI is really dependency on the state, generational dependency upon the state. And that would be devastating. Like, I can't even imagine the levels of harm that that's going to cause if they roll that out and people simply blindly accept it. We gotta think smarter, faster, quicker, and really, really get moving in the right direction.
Black, I just want to say, look, if you go to some of these foreign countries that are true conservative people, right? They wouldn't think the Republicans are conservative people. I mean, if they look at the policies of the Republican Party, the Republicans are not conservatives, right? To them, Republicans are very liberal because they believe in in certain types of abortion. They believe in divorce. They believe in different things like that. Now, when it comes to economics, right, I'm also very conservative in a way that I'm very pro-business. I'm pro low taxes, no taxes in certain circumstances. However, when it comes to Black Americans, right, for us to we are very far off, or we're very behind when it comes to starting corporations and Black-owned business. I do believe that a supermajority Black state probably have to do some type of intervention where they have to what's that word we're looking for? They have to they have to support Black-owned corporations, giving them some type of legal advantage on the state level, where this corporation has some type of advantage in the consumer market. Where let's say a Black-owned corporation that's a car dealership, right? We'll give them a certain percentage of the state, car market or something like that. I do believe in some type of state intervention like that, even though I'm a very conservative person. But yeah.
So the reason why I brought that up was because earlier you were talking about allyship, and sometimes you're just going to have to ally with people. And so I was just trying to figure out.
It can be very I don't believe there's different ideology in the Black community, right? We got Black nationalists, we got Black conservatives, we got Black moderates, centrists, we got Black progressive, Black liberals, we got Pan-Africanists, right? And when I say allies, right, we have to figure out how to make a coalition between all those different groups, and we can come to a consensus within that group. But we're all Black, right? I don't. Now, when it comes to allying with other groups outside of the Black community, we can do that on the federal level. But when it comes to the state level, I believe that we should only ally with ourselves on the state level, because I'm not willing to share power with any other ethnic group on the state level. It is a supermajority black state, 67 to 80% black. We can control the state. We make the laws, we make the policy, we make the regulation. We control all the institutions within those states. We control the courts system. You know, that's what I believe in. So yeah. If I'm making any sense to you, sir, I'm probably confusing you even more.
No, I get it. I understand what you're saying. I'm tracking.
Right.
Yeah, my.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Black.
Yeah, I was just going to say the way I look at allyship is this: if you are not sacrificing, if you are not willing to sacrifice, that's not a true ally. And so how do you depend and or trust or have mutual allyship with someone who you yourself are not willing to sacrifice for, and you can predictably understand that they are not actually going to sacrifice anything for you? I think if it's a political association of some type where there's mutual benefits and that only lasts for a certain time period, that's something that we could look at. But true allyship, we sign a treaty, a pact that says if you're attacked, we come to your defense. If we're attacked, you come to our defense. And we see how that plays out in real time. I don't think a lot of these other non-Black American groups are going to sign up for that.
Hey, Aaron, you don't mind, explaining your ideology so I can really? You said you believe in Republican type of. You have a Republican leaning type of ideology.
No, I don't tie myself to a particular party, but I recognize that as it stands right now, today, in this current climate, the Republicans, for the majority part of it, when it comes to abortion, Second Amendment rights, equal opportunity, and different things like that, I recognize that the Republicans recognize that as an essential right more than the Democrats do.
Right.
The Democrats are actually are facilitating policies that they have used before, back during the Jim Crow era and after the Civil Rights Movement after 1965, to encourage environments of oppression by using eugenic economic control policies and eugenic population control policies.
Right. Look, you know what? My ideology does fit with the Republican Party. However, I'm into, I would like to have a conservative black-leaning political party. Right? I mean, we're in a two-party system. However, our population getting larger and larger, right? And the white population getting smaller, right? If Black Americans, if we lead the Democrat Party, right? I believe that I think that the white population, they're going to split evenly between the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. Let's say 100 million person per party, right? And then you have the Black American population. We have our own party, and that's 50 million. And I do think the Hispanics or the Mexicans, they will catch on, and they say, hey, the Black Americans, they have their own political party. We're gonna have our own political party. So the Mexicans, they're going to have their party. So you're going to have 4 major political parties, I think, in the next 20 years, 10, 15, 20 years, right? And when in the state level, right, the different parties, they control their states. However, on the federal level, right, these different political parties, they have to make some kind of coalition if they want to win the presidency, on the federal level. So like good example, like let's say the Mexican political party, they align with the Democrat Party, and then the Black Americans, our political party, align with the Republican Party. It can be something like that, or it can be, it can go either way, But the thing is, I think that gives us more power on the federal level, because now they have to deal with us. If we have our own political party, we write down, and they know exactly what our policy is, what our agendas are, right? And it's on paper. And then, the Democrat Party and the Republican Party, they have to okay, this is what the Black people want, right? And if we want them in our fold, then we have to align to some of their concerns and policies and agenda. That's the way I look at it. And go ahead, Black.
Okay. So yeah, I'm trying to look up something, see how long this thing is. I put it in the Jumbotron. There's a Republic of New Africa report from 1971. Just wanted to see if this thing was like, maybe 5 minutes long or something. If it's a few hours, I won't play it here.
Hey, Black.
Yeah, it's 15 minutes. That's not bad. Mm-hmm.
With Pan-Africanists, right? Do you consider them left-leaning or right-leaning?
Most Pan-Africanists are communists. They believe in like a socialistic heading into full communistic ideology.
I think that's an old view. That I can understand that with the Harry Haywood. That could be true back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But I don't know about now. I don't think the Pan-Africanists now are communist leaning now. Yeah, but I could be wrong. I need to further.
Yeah, because they're anti-capitalist, and capitalism is violence all around the planet. Wherever capitalism exists, it creates violence, which all these things are true, but that makes them so that their main enemy is capitalism. They fight against capitalism, and they do actually read and study the Black liberation movement from the 70s. They go back into exactly what you were talking about, Harry Haywood. They are reading history, oftentimes either through their own research, some organizational research, or through indoctrination in colleges. But they come into this ideology. This is what, I hate to use the word, but I'm going to use it, radicalizes them to this way of thinking. And then the really radical ones, in their mind, they think we have to go to war with the capitalistic system. So that's really the path that they always lead down. If you look at all the ones, matter of fact, you had posted something about a group, the Uhura, that was getting money from Russia or something like that. And this is the way the federal government has been able to dismantle those organizations, because they always find a foreign socialistic communistic connection, and they leverage that against a lot of these groups. And it would be to their benefit to not align themselves with that ideology, but most of them do.
Right. And look, this is the weird thing about communism in China, right? if you go to China, right, you would never think that's a communist country. China is full on capitalism, right? But what they did is that they use communism to control capitalism in their country. But once they control it, now, they can be full on capitalists. And, and I believe Black Americans can do the same thing. If we can control our economy, right, then that will make us full on capitalists. But because we don't have no control, there's certain regulations and we talked earlier about how hard it is to start a business in these states, right? In your community, when they put in regulations and all these red tapes to make business hard to start, then of course we're going to be against capitalism. However, once we make starting a business easy, now we can become pro-capitalist. So it's a change, just a change in who controls, the economics.
Yeah, but I think China is, how could we call it? A communistic, capitalistic society. I hate to even put those together, but essentially what happens is most communistic economies have oligarchs, and that is true in China. They have these billionaires that they elevate because of whatever the system that elevates them. Jack Ma is the perfect example of someone who was very vocal, seemed to have all this freedom, and then he said the wrong thing and or did the wrong thing, and then he disappeared, quite literally just disappeared. And then I think there was like some whatever statement that he had put out months after disappearing, and then you haven't heard or seen from him ever again. They just got rid of one of their defense ministers or something just a couple of days ago, saying he's wrapped up in some type of corruption. The capitalism is wholeheartedly controlled by the government. The fact that they build these ghost towns in the middle of nowhere, they have these huge engineering projects where they're diverting rivers that are like some of the largest rivers on the planet Earth. It's all through government control. So I can't look at that as true capitalism, even though understanding that America's markets are manipulated at some level, it still is the government sets people up to win, and then they're protected in the fact that they can control some of these larger industries, but the government's not really dictating to the individuals how, where, and what to do, across the board. Where China, I think it's totally controlled across the board.
Right. Now, the difference with China, I think China had to do what it had to do because they had to catch up. They had to play catch up, right? Look, if you look at the China's economy back in the late 1960s, right? Their GDP was almost the same as Black American total GDP, right? So for them to catch up, right, the state had to intervene, right? The state had to put in policies, had to, find people, find experts in different fields to do certain projects, and then the government is fully they support that project or that corporation or whatever, and you're right, it's state control, but to me that is the fastest way to build a economy is through state intervention. Because look, we have to play catch up. Once we control a state, we have a lot of catching up to do, and that's why I believe in state intervention, implementation, and when it comes to trying to figure out what's the best way to advance a black economy within the United States.
Okay, no doubt. Let's let Aaron go.
So the danger with what China is doing. So here's the thing. There's the capitalist market, and then there's the free market, right? So capitalism is kind of a way to do things, and then the free market depends upon how much you're able and free to do these types of things. China is a communist country that is dabbling in the capitalist market. They recognize that that's the way that they can compete with other countries that recognize that capitalism and the free market economy is essentially the best form of freedom, period. So so China controls the actual business, but they are very careful on who they choose to put into these positions to make the money. So they allow them some type of autonomy, but they are under government rule. Mm-hmm. The other thing is that they control everything else. As the Communist Manifesto states, they control transportation, they control communication, they control the media, they control who makes money, who doesn't make money, and they've actually started entering in the cryptocurrency thing, a type of cryptocurrency, and a type of social credit. So if you say something or you buck up against the establishment, they can take away your ability to buy things. If you like Black was saying earlier, the two corporate guys and the doctor who spoke out against some of the things that China was doing, they no longer are around. Whether they're in prison, whether they've been killed, whatever the case may be. So the more power that your government has, the more possibility that the more susceptible it is to corruption. So when you're talking about a state when you're talking about like a state in America, the more regulative control that the government has, the more that the corporations can go in and manipulate the governments to do beneficial things for particular corporations. So by weakening some of the regulatory powers, not all, but some of the regulatory powers of the government, they then weaken the corporation's ability to corrupt the government. So that's what we kind of have to find, that perfect balance between government regulation to prevent corporations from just screwing over the American people and holding the corporations accountable, but not giving the government so much power to where the corporations come in and can start buying up politicians to do things for them and just ignore the rest of the people.
Yeah, and I want to read from this article. So this is from March of this year, which this totally went by. So Xi Jinping was reelected, although it's a sham of an election, back in March for another 5 years. I believe several years ago, he changed the constitution to essentially make it to where, they had term limits. He got rid of the term limits. So he can essentially rule as long as he essentially chooses to rule. It says he was reelected unanimously by the nearly 3,000 delegates to the National People's Congress. His vice president is selected. The head of parliament is selected. And then they're talking about the premier, which is like the number 2 spot, I guess, in their political hierarchy. Is also someone that they select. So this person essentially controls, the second largest, if not the largest economy on the planet Earth, and really doesn't have any political adversaries that can rise to a level to challenge him in any way, shape, or form, unless there's some massive economic collapse, military bungle or whatever. He's got to make massive missteps. And even then, if we look at history, when these dictators, because that's essentially what he is, starts to have economic problems or pressure from the outside, what they end up doing usually is attacking their own citizens. So that remains to be seen. If there was an economic downturn and the people started to rise up in some way, shape, or form, if he would step down from power or if he would actually attack his own people.
They're built. The government. If you look at the trends of what they're doing right now, they're actually preparing themselves to have sanctions put against them. They're rethinking their invasion onto Taiwan because of how the United States has interfered with the Ukraine-Russia war. So they're rethinking that step, and then also with the Israeli Palestine conflict. So they've moved back their plans to invade Taiwan because of those different things. But they're still posturing, they're still getting themselves ready, but making coalitions with places like Afghanistan and some of these African countries so that they can control the resources. All right, buddy. So they can control the resources that the Western countries are starting to move towards, like cobalt, lithium, and all those other different type of resources, because we're making such hard pushes to go towards electric batteries and electric vehicles and electric everything. So if they can control those resources, then and plus they're not really kind of pushing their politics onto these countries, but what they're doing is they're putting these countries into their pocket by allowing them to go in debt to China, so that they kind of have to be loyal to China. So the problem with America right now is we're trying to push our politics onto these, what Black America would talk about, trying to push our progressive policies, like recognizing the LGBTQ, LMNOP, fucking people, all these other different things that they don't necessarily believe in, into their country, and so they're rejecting the idea, the policies, and the influence of America, and kind of going to China, not wholly recognizing the trap that they're trying to put them into. So a lot of these countries are trying to step up and do more for the people, kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place, between the Americans pushing their policies onto them, versus the Chinese who want to put them in debt so they're beholden to them. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on right now that will affect us in the long run, and affect us as the American people, being Black Americans. So it's like super important that when we get involved and we write letters, and what we have been talking about for this entire time, getting as involved from the bottom all the way up, to let people know that we don't necessarily support some of these things that they are trying to put into our schools. And I'll land with this last little bit. The reason why the progressives are moving to take over the federal government, because if they can take over the federal government, then they can start taking away state sovereignty. And if they're able to take away state sovereignty, it makes it easier for them to push their agenda and their ideology onto all of America. And that's why you have the conservatives more concerned with keeping the individual states as sovereign as possible. And I'm a little bit more extreme with returning sovereignty more to the American people, the individual themselves. So when we do come together and create coalitions, we actually have the power to make change.
Interesting. So, I'm, of course, we talk Black majority state hoods, Black majority state authorities. So we're all about us as a collective getting into positions of having this state authority, which is written into the U.S. Constitution. And so, as long as we are actively moving towards that goal, then whatever the conservatives do will ultimately not affect us in a negative way. If we stay where we are, scattered across the country, it's likely to have crippling effects on us as a population, especially because I think one of the bigger issues becomes infrastructure and how the federal government and its sovereignty is able to create currency and then give that currency and those resources back to the states for infrastructure. And how are the states unto themselves going to be able to produce the same level of um, resources? I think that's a big question that maybe the conservatives are willing to forego federal assistance, but you don't really see many of them foregoing federal assistance outside of Obamacare expansion. The few states that have essentially decided not to implement Obamacare. Every other federal dollar, every other federal project, all other federal money that comes into their states, they gladly take and do whatever they will with it whenever they have the opportunity to do whatever they will with it. So that remains to be something that I would really love someone who, maybe will find a story where someone has actually gone through and figured that out, how that would affect some of these more conservative leaning states. Because from my understanding is they get equal federal dollars, if not more federal dollars than the so-called liberal leaning states. So how would they handle their budget shortfalls is all I would be thinking about in that case. So at any rate, it looks like China is maybe headed towards economic turmoil. Three of the BRICS nations have been selling off U.S. Let me make sure I get that right. If it's U.S. Treasury bonds, this was from, I guess, within the past month. $18 billion worth of U.S. Treasuries have been sold. They're also saying that China is having an issue in its real estate market, and they may be headed towards some type of recession. It says last week it was reported that China appears to be heading for a recession as the country's high yield real estate index dropped 85% from its high. An 85% drop, which sounds insane. But we're on that time loop. I posted about the Great Depression, the stock market crash, Black Monday or Black Friday, whatever they called it. It happened a little less than 100 years ago, but I still think we're right in the window. It was 1929, so we're still right in the window to where if it doesn't happen, within this so-called financial cycle, the next time around, because they say the U.S. economy goes through recessions just about every 5 to 6 years. And so if it doesn't happen during this downturn, quote unquote, the next one, we'd be right in alignment with that Great Depression cycle. So something to think about. And I do want to play this special report. It's 14 minutes long. It is about the Republic of New Africa, 1971. This is when Black America was at its most militant stage since the Civil War, quite literally, when 500,000 contrabands left the South, headed to the North in order to join up with the Union Army in order to go back and fight physically against the Confederates in the South. And this Black liberation movement was all of that. They didn't have the numbers, they didn't have the equipment, the artillery, the munitions, whatever. But the small groups that they did form were very, 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 very active. And so this group is the group that had identified Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina as this land. They called it Free the Land, which essentially was, in their opinion, the land and the states that the United States government should give to Black America in order that Black America could have its own nation state. I think that's a hope that is far beyond the capacity of the legal framework of the United States Constitution, and certainly not something that we desire to do, knowing that while you may be able to take political authority and economic authority away from these people, they are absolutely not going to let you take land away from them and still exist, interrupting interstate commerce and interrupting their land sovereignty or whatever you want to call it. So, but this will be interesting. Does anybody else? Okay, we got Black American Homeland coming back up. Add as a speaker. So the topic being Black America must do more than just vote. Every 4 years, voting is the bare minimum. It is the bare minimum. It is the bare minimum. It's almost like, you know, getting a Christmas bonus every 2 years or 4 years, but not showing up for work in between that time. That's the analogy that popped into my head. Or getting a tax return every 2 or 4 years, depending on how often you normally would vote, but not actually working in between that time. That's kind of ludicrous. Obviously, we got to work in every area of our existence, and we haven't really been working in the area of politics for much of my life, at least. And recently, the reparations movement has ignited this fervor within Black America to get active. And so just knowing that voting is the bare minimum, and if all you do is vote, you really cannot expect anything because you're not actually doing anything. You're just showing up to vote. That's just a reality. So if anybody wants to add to that, if not, I'll go into the video because again, I haven't seen it. It should be very educational.
Hey, Blake, actually, I always wonder why the Republic of New Africa, right? Why they thought that it was better to go from being subjugated people to go directly to becoming a independent country instead of first taking super majority of a region first, then maybe later, it can become a independent country in the future. A lot. I think all these things take steps, right? And I mean, it was a revolutionary idea because no one ever thought about a independent Black American country before, nation.
Well, yeah,
but
yeah, they did. They did. They kind of did.
But it just seemed like
did. But
either they didn't understand how the federal government work, or the steps to, what's that word I'm looking for? The steps to becoming a independent country, and it just a lot of steps, and you just have to go through the Constitution to get to that level.
Yeah, so I think that they were building off of the theory that had been around. W.E. Du Bois, we found his, I don't know if it was a speech or an art editorial of the nation within a nation. That likely had been a part of Black America much longer than that. I'm kind of thinking about Prince Hall and the Freemason organization that he developed, and a lot of thought that probably was in his organization and also in the Black church. But they actually did. And the other thing is, the same way that the small hats had already essentially formed a government, they call it a provisional government. And actually that's the That's actually the term that the Republic of New Africa uses, is PG-RNA, which is Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa. So what they were essentially doing was kind of following that model to essentially say we are already a government, we are already operating as a nation, and now we need the land in order to facilitate this action of living as a nation, the same way in which the small hats did, coming out of Europe into what was then called Palestine. I think it was the same attempt, but they did actually move from Detroit. The leadership in Detroit moved from Detroit down to Jackson, Mississippi. They had skirmishes with local law enforcement and FBI. Eventually, one of their leaders became mayor of Jackson, Mississippi. And today, his son is the mayor, who I was in support of up until recently. And there's a reason why it's up in the jumbotron. We'll probably get to that later, but I believe that gentleman needs to be removed. He needs to resign. Probably should be facing some criminal liability in some way, shape, or form at this point. But the point is that they did finally say, hey, you know what? We need to be there on the ground. Put our money where our mouth is, get into some positions of authority, and then educate the population. I think somewhere after he became mayor, they said he was a great mayor, but that there wasn't this extended outreach into surrounding states and into other black populations. And again, they did this during the 70s, from what I understand. So different times, obviously, and then the black community was devastated by investment of drugs and gangs and things of that nature. So there were some social.
So you were saying that the power within themselves.
Oh, you're going in and out.
Can you hear me, bro?
You're going in and out a little bit. Say it again.
I was saying that the father-son team, you're saying that they consolidated power, within their own interests, leaving out the people. Are you saying that? I'm just trying to understand. Well, you say you were going to explain later why you don't support the son anymore.
Yeah, so
I guess
the father, from everything I hear, the father was a great mayor. I think that between the time you go from being a revolutionary to now being a mayor in charge of a city of tens of thousands of people, majority black, and then you just are doing the day-to-day functions of being a mayor and living life, and over time not being as revolutionary because you kind of are a part of the system. Even though you're still a good black man, you're still revolutionary, but you just are becoming a part of the system in some way, shape, or form, and less revolutionary. It's very likely that some of the members, because I think they came there with somewhere between 200 and 400 people, moved to Mississippi, essentially all at the same time. And their attempt was to establish at least a black majority state in the state of Mississippi. And it's likely that it was the state with the highest percentage of black Americans even then, as it is today. So it was a great target. Everything about what they were doing was right on point. There were these exterior forces working against them. When the father passed away, the son essentially won off of name recognition, to be quite honest. And but at the same time, the state has been totally against them from the start. And so anything that the mayor of this relatively small town would try to do or want to do, really kind of couldn't do, because the state would not help facilitate much of it or any of it at all, if even at all. There's just been this conflict relationship between the city of Jackson and the state of Mississippi. Um, and likely will always be that way until we get into a position of authority. Now, there is a gentleman who's running for governor, who's a Democrat, who's gone to every possible Black event and Black community. Their elections in a couple of days. Who seems to be much better, an upgrade from the Republican thief, the embezzler, the racist who's the governor now. Certainly not a white savior, but definitely an upgrade and an improvement in terms of his outreach to the Black community and the desire to bring resources into the Black community in Mississippi. But the PGRNA Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa was likely limited in what they could do, and for whatever reason they weren't able to get the word out to the greater Black American community that, hey, we're here, we're on the ground, we have this position, we're growing, we'd like you to come join us, we need you to move here, we need you to move there. So in other words, I don't know if that was a part of the strategy. It certainly would be for what we're doing, but maybe they never got that far. Maybe just the day-to-day governing, mayoring of the city, was just fulfilled all the time, energy and effort that they had. That's all I could think of. So I'm gonna go ahead and let's get into this clip. It's 14 minutes long. It's an ABC News. Maybe they did some type of interview back in 1971, special report. So they had national awareness. Like I said, they had a whole situation where the FBI and the local authorities raided their home, and there was a shootout and everything that occurred. But let me play this here. Okay, while this song is playing, I'm going to talk a little bit. So what I'm seeing are a lot of Black people. They're getting off of buses. Some have AR style rifles. I see the Pan African flag. There was a gentleman on a tractor. He kind of looked like a mixed race person. I don't know if that's who they bought the land off of. But I think that was a strategic mistake to go in and making all these declarations. Um, that sounds like Twitter clout, but these people were serious. So here we go. Right now, they're just playing drums. Beautiful people in a circle in the middle of this farm. Some type of dedication ceremony right here. And then the other thing why I say clout is because they had like press there. Um, Again, like so to me, this seemed like it was more for attention than to actually produce the result that they that they stated they were there to produce, unless they thought having this on the news would encourage other people to come join them. We're showing affidavits of courts and whatever was going on with the court thing between the farmer and these people. The other thing that this black fist in the air, to me, this looks like almost like those Osama bin Laden jihadist videos that we saw, during the height of the war on terror. The only difference is it's us. Wow. Oh my God. Wow. So man, this is an elder black man, right? And this is like, wow, there's so many levels going on right now. So this group from Detroit is where I believe they were from, come down there. They're talking to this guy for 8 months, telling them they're going to build hospitals and schools, all this stuff on the land. And, they put him in this really bad position in deep South Mississippi where all eyes, and when I say all eyes, I mean the demonic eyes of white society, the Confederate eyes, are going to essentially blame him for bringing this to the state. They got him on TV. He looks a little nervous and kind of thinking about every word that he says. But they put him in a no-win situation because he's really expressing, is really my life versus theirs. And these are the people that are supposed to be coming to help black people. Like, this was very unfortunate. And man, they just did not think this through at all. Not even a little bit. I'm trying to imagine what if they had the money, because he said they were kind of slow with the money. Maybe they didn't have all the money. Maybe they didn't have the money at all. Then as soon as they put the camera in front of a white man's face, he starts talking about a connection to China and Cuba, communism. I mean, there's just so many layers going on in this situation where, man, again, I'm just looking at it like this is real life Twitter in 1971 of people who are prematurely getting involved in politics without really understanding the ramifications for everything that they're doing, with no concern for the people who live there on the ground, and kind of going about things in a haphazard way. They just show up with a bus one day, it's 50 plus people. They got cameras there on this man's land, and again, putting him in the position to where the local law enforcement, probably county, probably state officials, are like, we need to do something about this land. We need to separate this man from this land. um Man, this is crazy. I'm gonna play some more. Mm. Motherfucker, man. You know what it is, man. Oh God, you know what it is. You know what it is. Okay, they kicked me. They kicked me. I'll go back maybe, I don't know, 30 seconds. Let me also reflect on the fact that they had him on this interview and essentially put him in this predicament of where he's got to verbalize if I had a machine gun and I would do what a machine gun would allow me to do. Now, this is him as a black man in Mississippi in 1971 during and coming out of the civil rights movement versus this so-called revolutionary black group who just shows up. They had this 8-month back and forth. He has some kind of a relationship with these people, but it's gotten so contentious that he feels like he has to say on national news that I would use a machine gun against these people, the same people that he was going to sell the land to and essentially be neighbors with. That is, oh man, dear God. Yeah, man. So, I mean, the last thing that the farmers, I mean, this is an elder farmer. He looks like I would guesstimate in his 60s, maybe upper 60s, still active, tall, stout black man. Um, Probably been butchering animals his whole life, that type of thing. And for them to call him a traitor is utterly insane. It's beyond caring for the people that you supposedly came to care for. It's making enemies out of your own people. And really, not only did they cost him he said they cost him his grazing season, they cost him his hay baling season, but they cost him, they put him in a situation where, again, because they said local and state officials. So you got to assume the local and state races as police and levels of government are bearing down on this guy's farm, thinking this guy's a problem. He said it. They made it seem like I was a part of their organization, calling me a traitor. That is just very dangerous, very, very dangerous to do that to your own people.
Yeah, it seemed like they tried to take advantage of them.
Yeah, take advantage. That's probably putting it mildly, the way I'm looking at it again, you know, because I own property, you know, whatever. If I had some guys that I don't, I've known you 8 months. We had a couple. A matter of fact, I'm selling a property right now. So me and this guy, we touch base every so often. The process is moving forward. I say, hey, whenever something happens, just let me know. But we're not buddies. We're not friends. I don't know you from a can of paint. But if I found out that there were a bunch of people in there with AR-15s, you know, doing ceremonies and had high traffic running in and out of this house, I'm not going to be on their side. Like, what are you, like? I don't even know what your side is, at all, to be quite honest. Even as politically astute as I am today, and I don't think this farmer guy was into any level of politics other than facilitating the business that he had. 20 acres, you know, John Deere tractor, whatever. Looks like he did a lot of the work himself. Yeah, like what are you doing? Like, again, it just reminds me of these factions on this app that go loony crazy for their quote unquote faction, and then are willing to burn and scorch earth on everybody else who doesn't align with whatever they agree with. They're willing to put you in harm's way, throw you under the bus, quote unquote. And but they say how much they're trying to uplift black people. Uh yeah, man, I was not expecting any of that. I was not expecting any of that, like live in 4K in 1971, like all this stuff playing out on the national news as a special report. Like, goodness gracious, could you imagine coming out of the civil rights movement again? We done lost Malcolm X, we lost Martin, we done lost all these people, and this is on the news. Like, dear God, what in the hell?
Hey, Black, you know what? You know what's interesting? I have never heard of the Republic of New Africa until I'm gonna say maybe 2010, 2011. It's shocking. Tell me, when did you first heard of the Republic of New Africa?
When I started writing the book, you know, and matter of fact, I think, yeah, in the process of writing the book, and or when the book was over, because I do remember when the book was in my hand and I started trying to reach out to local quote unquote black organizations, there was a PGRNA affiliate in my city that you know, they do little meetings and they want to do police civilian review boards, like all the just basic stuff to me. And the guy, you know, when I handed him a book and I was explaining to him, he's like, "Oh yeah, this is kind of what our people did back in the 70s, yada yada yada." But this guy had spent his, you know, he's got some career, whatever he does, but his hobby or his passion is some type of politics. So he's like a local activist, and these people do exist. That's the craziest thing, is these people, they exist. They have events at libraries, at community centers. They help support candidates, you know, and this is like their passion. These are real people. They actually do exist. So he was one of those people, and so when he had a bunch of flyers and he had his book, and you know, in his because that was when I was on Facebook, but in his Facebook post, you would see Republic of New Africa stuff. And then people started, and the other thing was people started sending me, because they saw some similarities in what I was talking about with the Republic of New Africa. But immediately I recognized, well, first of all, we're not asking the government to give us anything. That's not ever going to happen. And I just immediately looked at the differences, you know, because while someone who doesn't understand the information may think it's similar, it's only similar in the fact that we're talking about the same states. But outside of that, it's really not similar. Although I know they had a declaration. They have they got a lot of like published works, a lot of information, and there's got to be some positive information in everything that they put out. So it would be absolutely negligent not to go through the information and revise and update it and use what was beneficial and eliminate the things that are not necessarily in alignment with just living as Black American citizens in 2023 or 2024 moving forward. But I'm sure there's a lot of really good, well thought out information there, but understanding that their era was coming out of civil rights. A lot of riots were happening, National Guard activated, the the Black Panthers were being attacked. A lot of Black liberation groups were being attacked. So, they show up with AR-15s or assault rifles, whatever. I kind of understand their mentality because, this is the reality of their situation. They just, in my opinion, really fucked up this whole relationship with this farmer, put him in a bad position, and then didn't really seem to understand or care about the fact that they put him in a very compromising situation.
So Black, so I guess you were saying that you really you haven't heard of that group until what 2017, 2018. Well, like I said, I heard about it, and so I guess I don't feel so bad because for some reason I was thinking it was everybody knew about it. Because I sort of live outside the country. Even I go back and forth from where I live, but I don't know. I just had a bit of I just felt embarrassed that I have never heard of the RNA until 2010.
Yeah, no, that's nothing to be the only thing that I could say I that would be even close to this prior to me writing the book, because I read Malcolm X when I was like 13, 14, somewhere in that general area. I read his autobiography, and so every once in a while you'd come across a NOI member and or the final call, right? So we in this city, maybe if there was a mosque, it would have been in the Hill District, and I didn't spend a whole lot of time up in the Hill District, but there I know that there is at least one other mosque in the neighborhood that I used to actually um, be active in. I'll say it like that. It wasn't there then. I think that building was some type of a church or some like a student a boys club or something, but it is a mosque today. So every once in a while you'd come across the final call, and on the back of the final call, if I remember accurately, they had a map of those 5 states, and it talked about the government giving that land, um, either to the nation or to Black America or something like that, just to paraphrase it. So that would have been something that I saw in my youth, but not something that, I would have carried around all that time. Like I said, when I originally had the idea, this is when I bought my first home computer, like in 2002, somewhere around that time. And the files that I had created on my computer were about moving out of the country into like northern Brazil area, somewhere that was low populated, low density, that you actually could establish a nation outside of the US. And and it wasn't, I didn't go into the depth to where it was like a book. It was more like just an outline of that thought process, and then it was just gone. You know what I mean? So like I didn't think about it at all for another 15 years, to be quite honest. And then it was only because of getting online for the first time, really ever, like consistently, and on Facebook, and seeing people posting the same thing over and over again, and then people talking about reparations, people talking about the police violence, et cetera, yada yada yada, and witnessing all of the the Trayvon Martin and Tamir Rice and Mr. Crutcher, and all of these people being gunned down on live TV or whatever, on body cams. And it was like, man, there's got to be a solution to all of this. And then I just kind of went into solution mode, you know what I'm saying, in the way that I think. And this is just the book is essentially what came out of that.
It's funny. I had an idea about Brazil as well. I can't even pronounce it, but the Bahia. That's where the area of Brazil where I think it's majority black in that little region there. Yeah, I thought about that area. Or the Suriname and with Guyana, that area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And of course, Angola in Africa. I visited that country. Yeah.
What do you think about today, though? Thinking about, I know now you are someone who does, live outside the country, but understanding the relationship we have with Black America, or not with America, and us moving in large numbers to anywhere on the planet. First of all, what do you think about the local interaction / reaction with that? And then what do you think about how the United States would react to that?
No. This is well, okay. I don't think it would work today because now people are they're very nationalist now, and millions of Black Americans moving to any African country. I think the citizens of those countries would go against that. Now, I do believe, like back in let's say before World War II, there weren't any countries in Africa other than Ethiopia, Liberia, right? I think those are the only two countries, right? During before World War II, right? And it was a possibility. Let's say a group of a Black American group went to the federal government and said, "Hey, look, we want our own country in Africa, right?" And we did our little due diligence and said, "Okay, there's this area called Angola, and I've been there. The weather is really nice. It's like a California type of environment, right? They don't have no problem. They don't have problem with the test fly or I can't pronounce the test fly, which is very the fly is very rampant in the West African area, right? And in Angola, they don't have major problems with the with malaria like West Africa, right? And if like let's say if Black Americans, instead of going to Liberia, Black Americans went to Angola, many more Black Americans would have survived that survive in Angola, and with that success, I think the American government would have put all their money and resources into bringing Black Americans to Angola. Now, the reason why they didn't do it in Liberia because they said 3/4 or 2/3 of Black Americans that went to Liberia, they died, before the first year. So that's why Liberia was they didn't work in Liberia. But the Black Americans that stayed, they controlled that little country, Liberia, for the next 100 years until 1980. And that's when the local population, right? Because Black American was only 10% of Liberia at the time, and the local population just rose up, and they assassinated the president. They killed all the Senate and the congressmen, which were almost all Black Americans, right? They killed all those people, and they, and then the war. That's when the war started back in the late 70s. Yeah. But if Angola was founded, I think many more millions of Black Americans would have went there or survived, and I think Angola probably would have been the best place for an independent Black American nation in Africa, Angola. Yeah, that's in my book. I wrote that. That's a fictional part of my book. Yeah.
Nice. There's someone that it looks like you may be following. It's called Illiberalist. Illiberalist.
Yeah.
Man, this and look, because I just found this thing. I put this thing up in the jumbotron, and wow, some people they be way out there. So I'm trying to read what the name says because it's a lot. L'Église Vivant Catholic, and I don't know what language that is, to be honest. There's a lot here, but there was a post that I want to read from, and the images are, one is a fist with looks like an assault rifle of some type. It says Puño Negra Masquerade Americana. This says RYH, Direct Democratic Participation Nationalist Republican Platform. Puño Negra, I am because we are. It's a bunch of symbols in that, star and black fists, and some I guess that's the yin and yang, and then the circle with the snake eating its tail. There's a lot of symbolism there. Puño Negra, raise your hand. RYH, raise your hand. Political instruction and demonstration. People's Assembly. So this person's into a lot of I don't know if that's Haitian, if that's Portuguese, if it's Spanish. It's hard to tell. Into a lot of symbolism, and then a lot of different ideologies. But I'm gonna read this one post from October 25th, very recent post. So says, I'm a nationalist Republican patriot of Southland. The nationalist Republicanism is an ethnic Creole, which will be hereto synonymous with ethnic Black identity, political populist platform. The popular will of our people outweighing the imposed will of the white colonizer settlers, or their selected for us thieves and murderer Uncle Tom and Mammy leaders. We have tried to be patient and wait for progress to slowly set in, yet in our patient state, it has allowed the forces of ingrained hate to repackage their hateful message, and that message has never been fringe. The progressive revisionist message of big business is the fringe message amongst the vast majority of the white colonizer settlers in middle North America. Big business imposed integration upon a majority who was not interested. A small group who saw their way to prominence was championing a lost cause. That lost cause was convincing the white majority that the Black majority could be put upon equal footing with that of the whites, yet big business did that only to assimilate the Jim Crow imposed independent Creole economy into that of the depression prone white economy. Now we have no economy, only punch clock servitude as underemployed and unemployed surplus labor. For integration, we gave up our social safety nets with no guaranteed return for that sacrifice. So here we are 6 years later in a worse economic situation than our ancestors fresh out of slavery. There's so man, there's a lot packed into this gentleman's post. Um, it's mixing a lot of different uh, viewpoints, a lot of different ideologies. There's some original language, original labels. Um, it seems like the person centered in the Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama area, possibly Mississippi more than anything, based on a few posts that I read through. They're anti Confederates. Um, they're definitely into Pan Africanism, as far as I can tell, and some other things going on here. I wanted to read through this.
So he's definitely a black nationalist, however.
Yeah, black nationalist, and that becomes a question of what does that actually mean? Because, and this is what I was going to get into, is it says you are FBA in Southern Louisiana, you have you a Afro Chesapeake culture of Virginia and a Maryland in Louisiana Negro. It's just hard for me to follow a lot of this. Two Black Americas. African Americans come from Afro Chesapeake culture of Virginia and Maryland, or the American slave breeding coast. And let me get to that. In Greater Orleans Territory, Creoles come from Creolized culture of Catholic Afro Louisiana. Without question, Protestant theological domestication erased all aspects of the Afro Chesapeake Americans' greater Western African identity and imparted the good Christian Negro peon of today, who sees themselves just as their breeder wanted to see themselves, as nothing more than Americans. So there's a lot of this. I'm gonna call it anti-Black Americanism in it. He may be a Black nationalist, but there is just echoes of being against Black Americans being Black American. And so the reason why I wanted to read from that is to highlight the fact that in these locations and in these places, there are going to be these competing ideologies, which really are reminding me of the video that we kind of listened to, of a Black farmer who's just trying to survive as a Black farmer in Mississippi in 1971. Not political at all. He's living his life. He's really just trying to exist, take care of his animals, feed his family, whatever. And then in comes this overly militant group with guns and buses and making all these promises and not living up to promises about money and talking about calling people traitors and essentially pitting this landowner against the state, the racist white state. This is what we will be up against, along with us being up against the blacks in the Democrat Party and the bootlicks and the people who have some ideology where you got to join their organization, be baptized in their ideology and philosophy, and if you don't adhere to it 100,000%, then now you're no longer you're no longer any good to them. Essentially, now you're an op, right? You become an op because you don't align 1,000% whatever it is they believe in. These people are real. They do exist. When you start gaining political authority, these people are going to come out the woodwork because they won't do any of that against the white power structure that currently exists. They won't do any of that against the Black Democrat power structure that currently exists. But as soon as you, who have a what is essentially a Black American ideology to capture all of the benefits that were promised to our ancestors, to us as US citizens, and you want to essentially um what's the word, participate, take responsibility, enjoy the benefits of all of the things that the US Constitution promises, that the state constitutions promise, that the American dream, quote unquote, promises. And because you have advanced your cause and you've gotten into a position of authority, these people now, who would never go against the white system in all actuality, would never go against the Black Democrat system in all actuality, now they're going to come for your head. Literally, figuratively, they're going to show up at all the fucking meetings. They're going to be they're going to be standing outside of the offices. These people, and this is something that, for those who are not aware of it and don't really understand what's going on, you got to understand that this is what's going to happen. These people are going to be overly aggressive against Black Americans who just simply want to live, go to work, pay their taxes, have access to all of what exists in the American society, including access to education and access to business loans and access to professional organizations and things of that nature, and be able to move up the hierarchy of the system, whatever that may be, unencumbered like everybody else, and not actually tear down and destroy the system. That's probably the most important part, because you don't align with their desire to tear down the entire system. Now you're now you're a bootleg. Now you're a coon. Now you're all these different, derogatory terms, because they want you to do something that they themselves are not ever going to do.
Right. But look, I don't mind the Black nationalists, right? Because it makes me, my concept, the Black American homeland, look like a moderate concept, So, the Black nationalists put the Black American homeland in the center, and so I can appreciate them. I would want the Black nationalists in our coalition because they are so far right, and to offset groups that are going to be on the far left, because we're going to have far left people as well. We're going to have the progressive, we're going to have the moderates, we're going to have conservatives, and we're going to have the Black nationalists, right? So we can have all those groups in a Black American political party, and these different factions, and we fight for and
ain't no way
for the ideology and the policies.
I gotta play this song, bro. Ain't no motherfucking way.
Come to a consensus, right?
I got a song for that.
The Black nationalists would say, okay, we can deal with a supermajority Black state for now, but in the future, we want a if I can convince them, in the short term to accept a supermajority Black state, that we're winning. That's the way I see it.
Okay. If this thing will let me talk. Okay. So I do respect what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but I got a song for that. I let the song talk. Let's go. Of course, space station. Oh, no fucking way, man. No fucking way. It ain't no way. It ain't no fucking way. You know, it makes sense that the space would collapse in the middle of that damn song, but ain't no effing way. There's no way that we can align ourselves in a situation with people who literally are telling you, and so maybe Black American Homeland hasn't really taken the time to be in spaces, listen to these people talk, understand their ideology, their philosophy, but they will tell you point blank range to your face that they will not align with you. They will not align with a person who wants to exist within the system. They are anti-system. They are anti-America. I mean, just to keep it a buck. And so the question is not even a question. I've been in these political discussions where they simply say we got to keep out the reparationist. We got to keep out the people who want to work within the system because they are poison to the idea of us having revolution, us being, wanting to take land or form our own country or do whatever fantastical thing that they have in their mind that they're going to accomplish. And they can never really explain how they're going to accomplish it other than they're willing to die to do it. And that's what the U.S. military was designed for, was to give people who desire to die the opportunity to die. Just period. That is their total function. That is their only function, in fact. All this other stuff that they do, nation building, helping dig tunnels and whatever, yada yada yada, is kind of like just the way that they make money, because they've essentially become an arm of America's corporate global military industrial complex, whatever, yada yada yada. But the real true design and purpose of the U.S. military is to kill people. That's their function. That's what they train to do. That is their purpose. And so you can't align yourself with people who, one, are anti-system or anti-America and believe that it is their purpose in life to go out in a blaze of glory. And the people who are, in any way, shape, or form in a position to make the migration happen, to move into Mississippi, move into Delaware, to help facilitate that, cannot be naive into thinking like this black farmer was in the video, not really fully understanding who these people were, what they were up to, what their motives were, and thinking, okay, well, this is a good group of young black people, yada, yada, yada. Let me sell some land to them. Let me lease some land to them. The money's not straight, but whatever, it sounds good. Okay. Give them a chance. And then all of a sudden you got, because the FBI eventually was there. So you got all levels of government bearing down on you as somebody who's just trying to make a living in one of the most racist states in the country as a black landowner, farmer. Yeah, that's not a good position to be in. I mean, quite literally, that's not a good position to be in. That's not a good situation to be aligned with. What you would really want to do is say, let's get to a full understanding of where we're both at and how we both think without arguing, if possible. Let's just have a conversation. And then as the conversation develops, they're going to realize, oh no, you're not a part, you can't be a part of us. I've been told that plenty of times, and I don't take offense to it because it's true. I'm not gonna, put on whatever colors, matching uniforms, and go run out into the woods and practice to do something that can only end with my death or me being incarcerated for the rest of my life. It's just not going to happen. It's just not. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't move anything anywhere. Um, and it's not as if we haven't been doing that already or have already done that. No, we got to be smarter. We got to be more strategic. We got to plan. We got to look at all different aspects of what the possible outcomes can be. And then, even with that, like, this is the reality of the situation. When you're trying to take power away from these people, you could still end up deceased. You could still end up framed and incarcerated for the rest of your life. That's absolutely the reality. The biggest difference is that they'll find it nearly impossible to label you as some sort of terroristic group, getting help from some foreign assistance that's when the federal government gets involved, and they won't be able to stop the person that's coming after you, and the other person, and the other person, and the other, and the other, and the other, and the other, an endless line of people that are going to come behind to help finish the mission, to help keep things moving in the direction and the path that has been set forth. We have to accomplish something, with the time that we have left here on this planet, of course, and then let others carry the mantle from there. I mean, up until this point, I've had very little understanding of what the Republic of New Africa was doing, but I could visually see it in that news report. I'm sure they may have they got their version, of course. I read the story about their house being raided by the FBI, local law enforcement. One of the cops was shot, I believe. They arrested a bunch of people. But then one of them became mayor of Jackson. So even through all of that, it couldn't have been that bad. Even with this news report, one of their members did become the mayor of the city of Jackson, Mississippi. So there had to have been some relationships that were built, some exchange of information, some leveling of what that was to more of a, more acceptable version of it that the people could actually get behind, even with, the state being against it, whatever, yada, yada, yada. So that's good. They did accomplish that part of the goal. It would have been nice if they could have did enough outreach to facilitate more people coming into Mississippi. And I haven't actually looked at the percentages from 1970 till now in Mississippi. I think there is one graphic that I did that was like from the 60s that showed one black district. And today there's still just that one black district. So maybe that would kind of give me a better idea of what the percentages in population were, or if they inspired more people to move into Mississippi. From what I understand about Mississippi is they're actually losing a small percentage of their population every year. People are not moving into Mississippi. A few people are moving out of the state. So that's obviously something that, people who want to migrate into the state have got to think about and deal with. Hopefully, it's white people moving out because that would actually benefit the black population at some point. But yeah, I mean, mixing ideologies works when they're close enough that the differences are not at completely opposite ends of the spectrum. And you're not going to be in constant, conflict or arguments with the people because of the differences in the ideology. You really are going to expend and waste a lot of energy trying to align with people who don't agree with the fundamental principles of what you're trying to do. Just because they're black, that's not enough. I think the Democrat Party has proven that just being black is not enough. Just because they are black and they want to have their own country, that may sound similar, but I'm telling you, it's very, very, very different. It's not even close. They're not even close to the same things. And they don't believe that they're close to the same things. In fact, they think that what a person who's black American, who wants to have a black American flag, who wants to take over the system and live within the system, they think that we're coons. I don't know what else to say. Quite literally, that's how they think. So how could you possibly align with people that think like that? You can't. I don't know. Hopefully he figures that out, or we figure that out as a people, because sometimes we get confused. We see a bunch of dudes walking around with AR-15s, and we think, oh man, these yeah, we think we on the same way, we on the same yada yada yada. But no, we're not. Trust me, we're not. We can have mutual beneficial activity when it's warranted on certain specific issues, but overall, we're moving in two different directions, really, really, really. So I'm gonna go through the jumbotron real quick. Missy Elliott, shout out to Missy Elliott. She's from Portsmouth, Virginia, and she donated $50,000 to assist 26 families living in her hometown with past due rents. Now these families can stay in their homes and avoid eviction. This is from attorney Ben Crump. What a generous donation by Missy. So she gave $50,000 to 26 families who were essentially in the process of being evicted. And this is temporary relief. Unfortunately, this is a great act. It's phenomenal. It's the most amazing thing that anybody could do. The problem is it doesn't solve the problem. It's a temporary band-aid that is going to give these people a few more months to stay in their homes. But what happens 6 months down the road? What happens a year down the road when the same problems that existed that caused them to be in that situation, whatever it is, I don't know what the 26 different families' issues are, but there's something that happened or that is happening to these families that needs to be corrected. And a celebrity throwing money at a problem is great in the time of need, but there's a greater need. There's just a greater need there. And so, I'm glad she did that. Hopefully she'll partner with organizations in the area, in the county, in the city, in the state, maybe even nationwide or regionally, and try to figure out solutions so that people don't get into crisis situations, and they can have a pipeline to resources to help them prevent being in that situation in the first place, whether it's access to training, access to employment, if they just simply need a car repaired so they can make it to work, or whatever it is. There needs to be a system in place, and a celebrity, black celebrity, and someone who's beloved, such as Missy Elliott, it would be a great person to do that, because she can open up doors that most of us can't. She can have a conversation with a mayor, have a conversation with a county executive, have a conversation with a governor, to be quite honest, and state reps and federal reps even, and provide more comprehensive help for the people that she chooses to help because she has access. Again, 99% of us do not have that level of access, but I do appreciate that she was able to spend $50,000 helping 26 families. That is a really, really awesome thing. I just think we got to do more, and that's what the whole point of the space today is about. Is we have to do more. We can't just do the minimum. And in my opinion, I don't know how much she's worth, but it's likely $50,000 is not a lot of money to her. Maybe a lot of money to me. It's not a lot of money to her. So even a celebrity has to do more than the bare minimum, in my opinion. Talked about the BRICS thing. So this is something for people who may have retirement funds or who do invest in the stock market. This is from the 27th. So this is a report about the S&P 500, which is where most retirement funds do invest some portion of their their mutual funds. Again, if you invest as like IRAs or anything like that, you're probably invested in some of these S&P 500 stocks. So it says the S&P has officially entered correction territory, now down 10% from its July high. So from July to now, they've lost 10% of the value. This means that the market is now down 10% from the exact date the Fed removed a recession from their forecast. The S&P 500 has lost over $4 trillion in market cap since July. That's a big number, and that's a very short period of time to lose a number as large as that. That means everybody who's invested in those S&P 500 stocks have lost likely 10%, if not more, depending on how they're set up. Have just lost money, just lost money because of the way that the this economy is going. It says 7 of the largest tech stocks have lost over 500 billion in value. Yada yada yada. So next week the Feds have a meeting. They're saying it's a big deal. Does that mean that they're going to raise interest rates? I remember the last time that they were supposed to raise it larger than normal, and then they said they weren't going to have to raise it again. This stuff affects if you have credit cards, and if you are looking to finance a car, or if you're looking to finance a home or a property or a business. But then it also extends to why the price of food is going up, and the price of gas and the price of other products go up, because these companies all invest in the S&P, and when they lose money, they got to figure out a way to get the money back. They pass a lot of these costs on to the consumers of everything, all products, doesn't really matter. Eventually you'll see some sort of increase. This is all inflation. The value of the dollar becomes less and less and less, yada yada yada. It just is this vicious cycle. But I read earlier how the China real estate market seems to be headed downwards. They're selling off U.S. treasuries. Some other countries that are involved in BRICS are selling off U.S. treasuries. If BRICS even happens now, that I've been hearing reports that they actually, not the Ukraine situation, but the Ukraine with the Palestinians and Saudi Arabia being kind of on one side, is kind of putting some dampers on the idea of BRICS actually coming together. So that's an interesting thing to kind of, at least be aware of, to see whether or not that does collapse before it even gets started, or if some other, thing pops up in place of it. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, car owners are falling behind on payments at the highest rate on record. People who are 60 days past due on their loans has reached the highest level since 1994. So we're in a situation where, again, these are economic birthing pains, if you will, tremors. So another segment of the market where people are 60 days behind on their loans. And I'm somebody who had a pickup truck repossessed one night. I can't even lie. Oh man, I love that truck. It had the 22-inch black rims on it, low profile tires, beautiful truck. I get up to go to work in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, whatever it was, and I'm like, "Where's my truck at? Where's my vehicle?" And it's like, let me walk around the block. Who knows? Anything could happen. Whatever. Maybe somebody broke into it and left it abandoned somewhere. So nope. Damn, what's going on? Panic sets in. Down 911. Hey, yada 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 with the vehicle. They're like, oh yeah, call this number. It turns out to be a car repossession lot. Can't. So here's what happens, right? And I think at the time, was I 60 days? I probably was 60 days, because they come and get them things pretty quick. They ain't gonna let you go too far. The issue right now, if you got all these people happening all at once, it may take longer, just because there's so many cars out there and there's not enough people to collect them. But eventually they're gonna come. I know there's a bunch of YouTube videos about car repossession, which is very dangerous work. But they took it. I show up to the lot the other, whatever, next day, and I'm just like, hey, blah 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 blah, yada yada yada. Can I get my radio? Actually, I knew I wasn't going to get the wheels, even though I would have loved to get the wheels back. But it was like, can I get my belongings out of the vehicle? Can I get my radio, my belongings? I might have even had a pistol in that truck. I can't remember. But they're like, no, you can't do anything. Very rude, very fuck you type attitude. And like, damn. So now I'm upset, because they're upset for no damn reason. They got my vehicle. Now I'm upset, and I'm just like, you know what? I've been, and at that point, I remember that clearly, because I had bought a brand new truck, drove it for about 2 years, traded it in on a brand new car, had that for about a year, maybe year and a half, traded that in on another truck. And then probably was about 3 years into that before they repossessed it. And so when I looked at the down payments I made, all the payments I made over that 5-year period, plus the insurance, yada, 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 I'm like, you know what, man, I done spun like $30,000-$40,000 and don't own nothing. Like, that's insane. That was the first time that I was even financing vehicles like that. And so yeah, after trading in, financing 3 different vehicles, trade in, finance, trade in, that's a vicious cycle. I would suggest nobody ever get involved in buying brand new cars. It is a debt trap. I was just like, you know what? Nah, we ain't doing this again. We going back to just buying $2,000, $3,000 vehicles, repairing when they need to be repaired, and not being in this debt trap ever again. So that's when I just went back to the whole, like I said, buy them, repair them, and I probably did that for at least a decade or more before I ever financed another vehicle. And the difference was, I when I started financing cars again, I found used vehicles with low miles and a very low price. So now that you have the internet and you can actually shop online and you can find really good deals, that's been my motto so far, so good. And to be quite honest, um, I've been fairly successful with that. Not in any type of trouble as far as making payments or anything like that. And the first one I financed, I crashed and totaled it, and thank God, um, nothing but a scratch, shaken up, all of that, but nothing but a scratch. And when they totaled it, they paid off the loan, and there was money over. So and this is the good thing. This is the difference between a new car and a used car with low miles. It's got to be the right kind of car. But a new car, there would have been this huge gap where I would have probably owed $5,000 because the insurance wouldn't cover the gap. But with a used car, low miles, late model, whatever, the the difference was they owed me money, right? And right now, the vehicle I'm driving right now, if I was to total it, I would get a huge check because I'm down to where, I'm down to like the last year of making those payments on it. And then after that, I probably won't finance another vehicle again. I'm gonna just go back to saving up money for like a year and then just buying whatever I have at the end of the year if I need to buy another vehicle. But yeah, that's my financial information. I can't call it advice because I'm not an expert, but that's my financial information for folks just in case. Let's see what the next one is. Okay, so we talked about this ideology a little bit. Shout out to everybody in the space. So I was in a space with a Pan Africanist communist person. God bless them. Very intelligent, very capable, very passionate. Love, 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 love. I love all of it. However, these are two different ideologies. A person who wants to, wake up in America, go to work, pay your taxes, have access to capital, have access to jobs, have access to education, have access for your children, successive generations, just live a normal, decent life. Participate in politics, be very active in politics. Go to a sporting event, go to an amusement park, go out to a nightclub, go out to a restaurant. Anybody that wants to do that, you don't align with Pan-Africanism. You don't align with communism. You don't align with socialism. You don't align with revolutionaryism. You just don't align with that, and that's something that you got to be comfortable with if that's what you think that that you're into, because two things can't happen at the same time. You can't destroy America and still have all of those things. It's going to be very, very different. You can look at some of the countries on the planet where they don't have clean water or access or roads or bridges or access to education or whatever, yada yada, all these different things that we kind of take for granted. Another thing we take for granted in America is you can pretty much say whatever you want to say. There are some consequences if you get a little ahead of yourself, but it's fairly free speech here. There was a thing, and I wish I would have actually reposted it, but I think was it in South Korea? It was somewhere, some Asian country, I believe, where someone made a post, just a post. They were arrested. They were charged and arrested for the post, whatever the post. I don't remember what the whole genesis of the post was. It wasn't like some threat though. It was just basically they disagreed with something in the government, and it was very minor, very minute. Um, so there's all this freedom here. That's the other thing I always say about that ideology. You can't even have that ideology in another country. If you were in China, and this is what I said in the space, if you were in China, you couldn't be a Pan-Africanist because they do not tolerate that type of ideology, they would come and lock you up. This is the bottom line of it. It sounds, I don't know what it sounds like, but it just facts. You can't have those ideologies in certain parts of the planet. And they're communists. Are they socialist? I guess. I don't know. Communism and socialism to me are essentially the same, although sure there's a difference, but not one that's large enough for me to notice. They're on the same team as far as I can tell. And if you can't be a Pan-Africanist in a country that essentially aligns with the ideology that you claim to have, then you kind of are taking advantage of the system that you claim you want to destroy, because you can have that ideology here freely and no one's going to knock on your door and arrest you and take you away and you disappear forever. You know what I'm saying? I just sometimes I don't know. It's just there's not a lot of logic in it. But what I say to that, and I mean with all due respect, because they were pointing out conflicts in Palestine, and I'm thinking, okay, well, that's the flavor of the week. But Sudan, which is technically a black country, I guess it's an African country. You're a Pan-Africanist. They've been having a civil war for a few months now, if not a few years. They've actually, because there's now North and South Sudan, so this kind of conflict has been going on for decades. But this is the most recent, and I remember posting about this. There's two factions, and this is the whole again, I'm talking about factions. There's two military factions in the government that decided to go to war against each other in the same country. This is not North Sudan and South Sudan. This is the same country and the same government, and two military factions decided they're going to fight against each other. So at any rate, 9,000 people have been killed and 5.5 million people have been forced to flee out of this country. This is, to me, would be a Pan-Africanist dream, especially a revolutionary who wants to fight. I suggested this would be the perfect opportunity to go to Africa and fight. Why does that? And for whatever reason, the person thought I was being disrespectful. How am I being disrespectful if I'm giving you a solution that you seek? This says 82% of the record 149 million Africans facing acute food insecurity are in conflict-afflicted countries. 82% of the 149 million Africans that are essentially starving or can't get food on a regular enough basis, they're in conflict-afflicted countries. So either you go there to fight the wars that are being fought, or you go there to feed some of the people. But either way, you're actually living your Pan-Africanist ideology in real time. I respect the Black Americans that I've talked to that say, "Hey, I'm on the ground. I'm in Africa. This is what I'm doing. We're doing this. We're digging tunnels. We're digging wells for water. We're building whatever, yada yada yada. We got farms going on. We're mining for gold. We're doing this. We're doing that." I have nothing but respect for that if that's what you're doing, because this is your ideology. It matches. It lines up to what things that you're saying, and you're actively doing it. But if you're here in America, and this is not an African country, and the Africans that come here align themselves for their own selves. I'm not even going to say they align themselves against us or anti-Black or anything like that. They just align themselves for themselves, quite literally. So they're kind of useless for us. They provide no benefit for us. They are seeking selfish benefits for themselves. Okay, everybody else does it, so whatever. But I don't see how you advance Pan-Africanism in America unless you build it on top of Black America, which means you are actually crushing Black Americans politically and economically, in order to advance Pan-Africanism in this country, because the two ideologies, two philosophies, they don't align. They can't possibly align. They're diametrically opposed, because you're not going to come over here and sacrifice for Black America, even though everything that you possibly gain, quite literally in real time, is because of the sacrifices that Black Americans have made. And so I don't know. It's not even about respect. It's just about the fact that some people are not realistically able to deal with legitimate pushback to this so-called ideology that is radicalizing. I've seen these people post online. I've watched their videos online. I've tried to have rational conversations with them online, and they get triggered from the mere suggestion that Black Americans want to be Black Americans. You got it, Shaw.
So I'm in spaces Nigerian. I don't even know which groups of Nigerians. Some of them are, they're political a lot of times. But I'm beginning to learn because, there's a little kickback on that. So I'm bringing that up because I'm hearing with that last part of what you said. And, it's starting to become a little truth to that. There's some truth to that. Not everybody in the rooms or the spaces are, with that whole thing of, why do you want to be different or whatever. And a lot of times they're wondering why I'm even in there, some of them. But for the most part, I get support and welcoming to come back, even though they will, kind of limit my time more than others and treat me a little, like lesser. Which is okay, but they want me to come back, and even though so I'm saying that to just say this is my experience lately, traversing a lot of mostly Nigerian spaces. But the ideology part, though, I'm listening to you, and there's some truth to what you're saying. But because Pan-African ideology sort of has a big breadth of what it is. You get different definitions from people about what Pan-Africanism is. The common thread I could say is that it's about the betterment of Black African people, whatever we're calling ourselves in the areas that we're in, whether it's Igbo or African American or Negro or freedman or Indian, right? Or Black, whatever we're calling it, whatever the name it is that we're calling ourselves, wherever we are in the world, it's about understanding white supremacy globally, about unifying in some way, even if it's just locally, and doing things to better our situation. I would say that those are some common factors in the ideology of Pan-Africanism. So not everybody's gonna even want to go and fight in a war in Africa or a war in wherever there are Black people in Haiti.
Haiti, yeah.
So you're not going to get that.
Haiti came up. See, that's the thing, bro.
A rare few that are ready and prepared to actually do that. And even logistically, how do they do that? So,
get on a plane.
And as well, if it were more on the humanitarian side of, providing food or raising money, the Nigerians were stuck in Ukraine, and those Ukrainians were treating the Nigerians, the African students, really bad.
That was horrible. That was horrible.
And so there was some money. I remember they were raising monies for them, and
that was horrible.
Along with the government, but private people were raising monies for some of the Nigerians to get out of Ukraine when the war first started. But I just want to say that I'm trying to give you more of a breadth of how my understanding of it and how I've dealt with it and worked with it and embraced it. And I work locally in my community. And I understood, because of my education, about the globalness of Pan-Africanism and about the importance of connecting with Black folks wherever we are and working with them. So in my community, there was a small group of us that it didn't matter where the fuck you was from.
It was about, let's get this work done. We're going to do this. We're doing Juneteenth this year. Who's on the committee? We had people from wherever that was on the committee, mostly African Americans. We had, we started our city in 86 or 83. We became a city. We had, before that in the 70s, we had a junior college, Nairobi Junior College. So it was amazing. Everybody knew about us in the Bay Area. In fact, even people know about East Palo Alto, California. So we did that for several years. We had the junior college in different places, in different houses. We were holding it. We had a high school. We had an elementary school, Nairobi Elementary, Nairobi High School, and Nairobi Junior College. This was huge. Of course, we're under attack by white folks. They were doing everything they could do to keep us from becoming a city, to not give us accreditation so that we'd be like a regular junior college, and we had all the elements. So this is my experience, right? Being involved with Black folks. This is why I have some of the spirit that I do about it. And it's not isolated. It happened in Oakland in pockets. It happened in Detroit. It happened in D.C. and happening in D.C. and places like that where Black folks come together and they do things. They work together. And it's not at that time, and maybe even now, those pockets are still working with, whoever is willing to do the work, because it's usually a small core of people doing the work. A small, you guys know about that. Whenever we're doing some type of organizing, it's usually going to be a core of people, and you bring people in to try to, do different things of whatever it is. So anyway, I just want to add my little piece to it. Thank you for letting me speak.
Hey, thanks for coming up. So and this is probably something that I don't know if you caught the beginning, but that conversation was between myself and this is a self-described communist, Pan-Africanist revolutionary. And so that probably is slightly different than what you're describing, right? Where it's more maybe business oriented or politically oriented, where you kind of are working within the bounds of the system to effectively reach the goals that you have. And, you're not looking to tear down the whole entire system, right? Whereas this individual was more in the mindset of, and as a matter of fact, they mentioned Haiti. I'm glad you said that, because Haiti is like you fly into the Dominican Republic if necessary, you cross over the border if necessary, you do what you do if necessary. There probably are still ways to get into Haiti if you are a part of some type of mission organization or whatever. And that's probably against the judgment or the recommendation of the U.S. State Department, but there's probably still is a way to do that. If that's the thing that you want to do, that's what was presented in that space. It wasn't what you're saying, which is a system approach to building, for the community that you choose to align yourself with or work with, as you said. Then no, this other thing was something totally different. So that just tells me there's a spectrum, even with, and there always is, no matter what the ideology is, there's going to be different thoughts or sects or denominations within that ideology. And I'm wary of anybody who sees war, which we can see. I think we're seeing war much clearer than we ever have. I used to post Vice videos from the Afghan war, and some of those are very brutal because they're embedded in the units, and you can see did everything. You can see it in real time. But this conflict is even more realistic than those videos were. Some of those videos may have been edited, to be quite honest, where today none of this footage is raw, it's unedited, everybody can see it. And if you're telling our people, Black Americans, that the solution that you came up with to whatever problem you see is to do that and to essentially put our people in harm's way the way that those people put their people in harm's way. Those people knew that they were coming. They let them come in. They let them commit an assault against their people so that they would be justified to do what they were going to do, which is slaughter as many of them as they possibly can. They verbalized that. I'm not exaggerating. They won't admit that they let them in, but there's enough reports to know and enough intelligence to know logistically or logically that they had to let those people in. So now we see all the carnage that's coming out of it. We see the rubble. We see the buildings just disintegrating with one missile, dropping entire buildings that are made out of concrete, reinforced concrete. And you want to bring that to the black community? That's something I can't. I just, I don't like those people. I don't like those people because they're not bringing about a legitimate solution to the real problems. And when they do, if they do that, and I hope to God they don't, but if they were to perform some action, the only thing it's going to do is bring more harm to the community the same way it always has. Like literally.
Like Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Rosewood, and 40, 50 other massacre situations where white folks came and just fucked us up. We were just trying to build our thing like that. Like, that's what you're talking about, right?
No, that's not what I'm talking about, because that's a different situation. I'm talking about more or less what happened after the riots in the 60s, how these people, they are what they are. They essentially allowed the places that were burned to just stay that way for decades until they decided to come back in, gentrify, buy up the property, push the black community out, displace them because they could no longer afford to live in those areas. And some of those areas still sit essentially abandoned, their empty lots or whatever the case may be. What you're talking about?
Sudan, though.
What's that?
He's talking about the Sudan and bombs destroying buildings like what's going on in Gaza or the Sudan. I thought that's what you were talking about.
That
you
is
want
what
that
I'm
to happen to the United, to us here, and
yes,
bring that to us.
Yes, but we're not talking about Rosewood or Tulsa, because right, those were essentially
in Tulsa.
No, those were essentially domestic acts of terror, even if some government equipment was utilized. No, I'm talking about actual U.S. military forces raining down death and terror on a black community in this country. There's a mess. It's not even close.
Yeah. So, okay, it's not even close. Though it would be more destruction and it would be more, it would be, well, we're talking about the 20s, right? But at the time of the 20s, that was destruction. That was horrific. They dropped bombs from fucking planes. They came in with guns and Gatling guns and all kind of shit that they could get from the U.S. military, and probably the U.S. military was helping them. So we're saying at that time, relative to the situation, that was terrorism sponsored by the United States and the local people. The local people sponsored by or I should say the local people utilizing the United States to destroy a thriving black community. All I'm saying and making a point about that is this. We need to be prepared, even if it's at least the knowledge that what happened in Nazi Germany or what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma, or what happened to the fucking Tasmanians where the whole fucking island was genocided, that's something that's real, and having a militia is not a bad idea. 5,000 strong with Grandmaster Jay, and they got another black militia that's got even more people. That's under attack. They put him in jail. He's in jail now because he pointed a gun at this is, they showed the video of him It was nothing. They just found something that railroad him into jail, right? So I'm saying this is where we're living at, even without it being a Sudan situation. We have that recent history, and we've got, what we got today. So I'm saying it's not that far out of belief to prepare ourselves, at least, in our mind, like, okay, this could happen to us. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and we agree, and that's the difference. So I think probably because we haven't had a lot of interactions, you don't really understand where I'm coming from. So we always preach 14A over 2A, pray with your 2A. I have a concealed weapons permit. I own firearms. I'm a big proponent of firearm ownership within the Black community. That's used for self-defense. We always have to be defensive. The difference between being defensive and that's just being a United States citizen, to be quite honest. That's a right. It's a constitutional right, right? The difference between that and what happened in Gaza or in whatever part of the Small Hats territory happened there was that was an offensive attack that poked a military force that is capable of total destruction of your population, of which most of them are not armed, to be quite honest. And there's really no difference between that population and our population, in the sense that even if we are armed, and even if we were armed at that level, we would not be able to stop a Tomahawk missile coming into our community. In other words, and I don't think the US government would ever get to that level, because there's enough police, law enforcement officers, there's enough tactical SWAT teams and sheriffs and other units that could engage in a domestic conflict, because essentially that's what it amounts to. The issue is that the people who align with that revolutionary ideology in Pan-Africanism, they're not just talking about defense, they're talking about offense. And that's totally different than what I personally believe Black America needs to be even thinking about. You can't even think about offense until you can actually equally match them on the battlefield, especially when you're talking about the US military. And we're nowhere near that with assault rifles.
Look at what happened in Vietnam.
Oh,
because
God.
they did not
Please
have
don't
the
say Vietnam. Why do they always say
match the technology
Vietnam?
of the warfare.
Why
But
do
what
they
they did
always
have
say
is
Vietnam?
they had guerrilla warfare.
Oh,
And I'm saying that
why do they always go to
we
Vietnam?
should be very careful about how we tread in that situation. But I tell you one thing, I would rather have a group of us or some of us that know some offensive stuff. If we get in a situation like what happened in Nazi Germany or whatever, what we just finished talking about, that we know we have something that is, we can make Molotov cocktails, or we could make a little homemade something, right? Than to not have shit and no shit, because we are not prepared for some real tragic shit. That's all I'm saying, And then the other thing I was talking about in other spaces about our well, that's taking the conversation way to another place. But anyway, yeah, just saying that the ideology of communism and Pan-Africanism, that can take the people that are talking like that to me are advanced, educated politically, and they have been able to advance the whole thought about what it takes to bring down capitalism. And so I get that part. And yes, for me, it's not bringing down capitalism as much as it is about trying to build communal or socialism in our communities, because we're communal people, building that. But the problem with that, though, my brother, is this.
and this is what I learned by building in my community, that while we're building, they little groups and think tanks and undoing and sabotaging and fucking up shit that we're trying to build. Like, they have nothing better to do than to keep us fucking down and their foot on our neck. And I'm watching this shit as I'm doing stuff. You know, I started a nonprofit. We're doing, you know, we didn't even think it was political what we were doing, but it was very political what we were doing with the community gardening and cultural stuff. It was very political. So those are the types of things that we have to be honest about. If we can get the reparations, it'll be great. But I'm concerned about our proximity, our future, this country, its economy, and how it's going. And we're in the middle of some bullshit that we may suffer some collateral damage as a result of where we are and how we are where we are. The only thing that I can think of is that we two things. One is we pull ourselves together and try to salvage or build our communities. And reparations is a plan B, not a plan A.
I agree with that.
A plan B, but also a plan B is not, for me, it's not so much creating states in the South that are predominantly black, that we're like really form a nation within a nation, because we're already like a nation within a nation.
But we're not.
But people are suggesting we move to the South and take certain states and dominate those states so that we can control the politics of those areas. My thing is this, is that and this is the Pan-Africanist part of me, that we begin to make alliances with groups of black folks in other places like Africa specifically. And that we make those connections and begin to nurture some of those connections. In case we need to.
They're hopeless, man. They're hopeless.
Invest, not even invest, because that's the plan too, is to invest so that economically we can build with them and get opportunity. They can build, they can benefit, we can benefit, but move out of this bitch if we need to. Yeah. That's a possibility. I'm saying that should be a strategy, a plan as a backup plan, a contingent plan. We can't put everything on reparations. I say we should believe that we can get it and we should go for it like we're doing it. But the first plan should be the shit that we can do, which we're not doing. And that's the part that I don't know how I feel about it, but because I was doing it, I was working and doing little things in my little community that I feel like, okay, well, I did what I could do. I'm 61 years old right now, and I still feel young and think I got more to do. But I feel like it didn't continue, and the younger people didn't just take up the thing and was doing whatever it is you do, if it's music, if it's finance, if it's whatever. Building those institutions in our community, we didn't do that. It didn't continue on. But what I'm getting from a lot of folks is you guys fucked up. You, especially you Pan-Africanists, you didn't do shit, and shit is fucked up because of what y'all didn't do. And that's really unfair. And that's just my, take and experience.
Okay, man, because you said a bunch of different things. So let me say this. Like, I'm a migrationist, right? And I am about moving to states that can become black majority states to take the reins of authority within those states. But I support Pan-Africanists who do get on a plane and go to the place that they feel they can help in uplifting those communities overseas, right? I'm totally okay with that. Don't have a problem with that at all. So this is not an anti-Pan-Africanist conversation, but it is an anti-revolutionary conversation when you're going to go on the offensive and cause collateral damage to Black American communities. I'm totally against that. We're not in a position to do that. We need to get in a position to where we can defend ourselves, But that's a totally different conversation, because I don't think we would ever actually need to defend ourselves in that way, simply by having the authority to investigate and incarcerate and put to death anyone who would essentially create actions against our population. So that's how I feel about that. You mentioned the Vietnam War, and let me say again, that conversation came up in the other conversation I had. I didn't get a chance to do that there, but I will do that. I'll do this now. So people will pull out, oh, what about this place and what about that place? And these are not actual comparisons. They're not even apples to oranges comparisons. They're very disingenuous. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to give you the numbers, and you'll understand that you cannot say, oh, we live in America, we could do to America what the Vietnamese did into America, because it doesn't work when you hear the numbers. Hopefully, logically you'll understand this. The United States, this war had been started, it looks like 1955. By 1965, after a decade of war, the United States kind of got actively involved. They had a few casualties in the prior years, but nothing of any magnitude that would register. But starting in 1965, when the U.S. started having actual significant casualties, up until 1974. So this is a decade of war. It's not something that, and this is where I think a lot of these revolutionary-minded people are thinking they're going to have a war on the weekend, and then they're going to go back to work on Monday. And that's just insane. But that's the way I honestly have to think, that this is the way people think. This was a 20-year war, 10 years of which the United States was involved. There were over 1 million deaths. Most of them, or at least half of them, were civilian deaths. Now, are you willing, as a Pan-Africanist who says, I'll compare it to Vietnam, are you willing to lose 1 million Black American citizens in order to fight this war on American soil? That's the first question. Now, it's 1 million, but if I look at the percentage of the population, it probably will be equivalent to something like 4 million of us here today. Are you willing to lose that many people, Black American citizens, in order to fight this revolution on American soil? That's the question.
So let me say this. No, I'm not willing to lose. I don't want to lose one person, but I'm also not willing to die. And I'll bring this example up. We're talking about Gaza now. They're not even reporting how many people are really dying. It's probably way, way more than what they are saying.
Well, no.
But
Gaza,
listen to this, though. From 1990 to 2000, 6 million Congolese died in the Congo. Over us, and the end results of that is this phone I'm on right now. This fucking iPhone that's $1,100 that I got right now is part of the reason why 6 million Africans died. That the Jews ain't gonna report that shit. They're not reporting it, right? And this tells you about who they are and how they are. And even if you go back earlier than that, 20 million Congolese died with King Leopold. And you you can put those numbers to the amount of Africans that died in the Middle Passage and during slavery times. 20 million estimated. 15 to 20 million. Just motherfucking white boy King Leopold from Belgium. But what's not known, that we don't know, and it's not going to be televised, is that 6 million. That's recently, right? So am I willing to for one person to die to fight? If I were in the Congo, hell yeah. That answer would be yes. I'm willing to sacrifice 1 million, not knowing that 6 million were going to die. And even in our situation, we don't know what's down the motherfucking pike. All I'm saying is this: I don't want one person to die, but at the same time, I don't want to end up like the Congo. That's real. That's not no fucking Twitter talk bullshit. This is the real shit. And this is what we need to be real about. Who the fuck we're dealing with. Look at what they're doing in Gaza right now. This is who we're dealing with. And they're not going to differentiate between you being Trinidadian, Nigerian, Belizean, none of that. You in one nigga bag.
Come on,
here in the United States. And wherever we are. And this is the other thing about Pan-Africanism is we realize we're in one nigga bag in the world. So this is the part where we gotta look at it. Gotta look at that shit for real. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so again, and I'm gonna connect these two. So any Pan-Africanist who's a true dedicated Pan-Africanist, and in my opinion, to the thing that you said at the end of the last time you spoke about leaving the country, I support it. If there was a GoFundMe campaign, I would probably put $100 into it to help people who want to leave the United States and go to the Congo. Would you agree it would be more effective for the entire Pan-Africanist community in the United States who know these facts, figures, and information to be in the Congo actively defending the people that are being oppressed in the Congo? Do you think that would be a much more viable strategy than to be in the United States participating in the system that you hate versus being in the Congo helping the people that you love, right? I mean, is that reasonable?
But that's like I've just finished saying that even today it's still a hot ass mess over there. It's a total mess, and they keep it that way so they can continue to take all those resources out of there. To this day, it's still in this. They got M23. They got like 50 different little army groups over there fighting each other, and just this shit is just. I don't even know. I can't even talk about it. So why would I want to go over there in that hot spot?
Here it comes.
As opposed to go to Ghana or go to Sierra Leone, or even go to Nigeria, which is got a lot of problems too. But there's some things about Nigeria that make sense for African Americans. Why would I want to go to the hot spot unless I'm going in with Grandmaster Jay and the other black militia, and then we're 15,000 strong African Americans, trained and armed, going over there? Of course, these white folks will never let that happen. But if I were going to go over there, it would be with something like that, and we'll go over there with 15,000 of us. What? We'll stomp that shit the fuck out.
Okay.
It'll be done.
Okay. Where is that?
But again, that's a war. Guess who that's a war with? That's a war with the United States. They will never allow it in the first place. But if it did happen, we'd be fighting our own country because they are the ones who keep that shit like it is. So no, why would I want to go to that hot spot when I could go to somewhere else and try to, bring more of our folks there that want to come and deal with the government there and help out that government and try to what is the word? Politicize, educate. Because the Pan-Africanism, the thing about Pan-Africanism is you don't just get in there and you're a Pan-Africanist. The way I learn is you get in there and you learn. You learn about what communism is. You learn about what mental slavery is. You learn about how Europe underdeveloped Africa. You learn about history. All of these things you learn because the revolution begins in the mind. It doesn't begin in going and picking up a gun and start trying to fight somebody. It starts in the mind. You got to educate yourself. That's why when you talk to somebody that's a communist Pan-Africanist, they're well read and well and articulate about a lot of shit. That's what we had to do. So revolution begins in the mind. And it's not like you have to overthrow the government or anything like that. It's about
the revolution begins with us building our communities. And when we start building our communities, that's the revolution. That's Pan-Africanism. Building our local communities, understanding the global situation. But when you start doing that, you realize that them motherfuckers is going to try to undo and stop you from doing that. Now you're faced with, okay, what do we do? Look at Tulsa, 50, 60 massacres. And a lot of it was around us having our own economics and doing good. A lot of that shit, terrorism and shit, was white folks mad at us progressing.
Yes, of course.
So, you know, we got to look at that. And I'm not trying to be defeatist or doom and gloom and all of that, because as long as we as individuals and groups of us can become millionaires and Oprahs and Michael Jordans, and you know, I got my little house in the hills and my Porsche and as long as we can do that and not build our own institutions and our own economy, we're not a threat. We're fine. And you see where that's got us right today. We got more educated blacks, more professionals, more millionaires, more billionaires than we did in the 50s. And this is what Carter G. Woodson talked about, miseducation of the Negro. That the more educated we became, the more that we stopped doing business in our own communities and wanted to move out of our communities. And this is part of, not totally, but part of integration, because when you talk to the people that are in their 70s that were in the civil rights in the 80s, they didn't want integration to go live with white folks. They wanted integration to be able to just go where the fuck they wanted to go when they wanted to go, buy shit or sit and eat lunch or whatever. You know, and I learned that recently from Sister Dancing Tree. She's elders. She's a professor, 70 years old. She said, we didn't want to go be with them motherfuckers. We just wanted to be able to go where we want to go when we want to go. So that's what integration was. But the more educated we became, the more indoctrinated and miseducated and going against our own interests. Because when you don't control your education, then guess what? You're going to do what the motherfuckers that can control your education is. So we got to start with schools. We got to open up our own schools, and the curriculum's got to be relevant. Whatever they're learning in that fucking school has got to directly deal with what needs to be done in the community. Otherwise, it's some bullshit. Otherwise, we just be the new IBM slave or the new Amazon factory slave.
So I agree fundamentally with everything you just said. Outside of a Pan-Africanist ideology, I think that ultimately you can't be a Pan-Africanist sincerely and live in the United States of America, because the two systems, they're diametrically opposed. There'll always be conflict in those two ideologies, and I just don't think it's healthy, to be quite honest. I think that there's a potential to be manipulated and to be radicalized by people who have a lot of information. Like you said, they're very articulate. They fill their minds with all these different ideologies, and they all essentially point to hate the system, right? You keep talking about working within the system in order to essentially improve our condition. That's not really a revolutionary mindset. A revolutionary mindset is dismantle the system, tear the system down, start over fresh, make it into something completely different. I'm saying that already exists somewhere on the planet Earth, and it likely already exists somewhere in Africa. I think that people have just got to do the research to understand where their ideology already exists on the planet Earth, and then save up a month's worth of paychecks, book a flight, take the flight, and then live within the ideology as it currently exists somewhere else on the planet Earth, and eliminate all the stress from what is going on in the surrounding existence that you have. That's how I see it. And you know, I just kind of, I think that a person is delaying the inevitable by staying here with that philosophy. Um, there's a video, President Kagame, I want to say is how he pronounces this, Kagame. He's asking Black diasporans to return back to Africa and build the continent. I believe this is the president of Rwanda. It's about a 14-minute video. And so there have been these calls for Black Americans. This is specific to diasporans. So I don't know if that includes Black Americans. It's hard to tell. The fact that they use the term Black diasporans, it is what it is. But I guess when we get into the video, they'll explain it a little bit better. You know, there was oh man, let me think of the name, because Marcus Garvey actually stole it from Martin Delany. And matter of fact, I think Martin Delany got it from Prince Hall, but essentially that Africa for the African, right? And I think that as Black Americans, it is probably going to be very important for us to say Black American or Black America for Black Americans, and specifically when we're talking about Black majority states for Black Americans, or something to that effect. Because I just don't think these ideologies match up. I don't think a bunch of people who ultimately feel like the system needs to be destroyed or ever really going to be a net positive for Black American society. I think that what will happen is, you talked about some civil conflicts in Congo. We talked about the civil conflict in Sudan earlier. There's one in the Tigray region. There's always civil conflicts all over Africa all the time. I think that's what is the predictable result of having these revolutionary ideologies that won't practice revolution against white society. They won't practice revolution against Hispanic society. But the minute that Black Americans get into a position of authority over these states, that's when they'll want to practice revolution against Black Americans. I think it's very predictable that will occur. And they may be of the lineage. They may be Black Americans who have bought into this idea of revolution, unfortunately.
Well, the thing, Pan-Africanism doesn't say that America needs to be destroyed in order for Pan-Africanism to flourish or work, per se, or even really at all. I don't believe. It's really more about organizing, uniting, understanding the system of white supremacy. It's global. To me, that's more about what Pan-Africanism is about. It's about understanding those things and being proactive where you are. Even if your goal or your desire is to go to the continent, or go to Colombia, or go to Trinidad and go work in those areas and help to build those areas, or go to the continent, because really a lot of it is about the continent too. It's about the continent as a focal point. Yeah, that's true about Pan-Africanism. So, but it's not about destroy the system of capitalism. That's more communism. And there are some people who embrace communism, and they're also Pan-Africanists. There's some other people that embrace a different system of government, socialism, and they're Pan-Africanists. And there's some that don't embrace those systems at all. Like myself, I don't per se embrace either of those, but I do understand that white supremacy goes hand in hand with capitalism, and that I'm watching the system of capitalism because it is starting to run its course. There's some theorists like Marxists or some other folks. Now I'm talking about shit I don't really know, but basically saying that capitalism has a time period and that it will peter out because of X, Y, and Z. Well, the X, Y, and Z I know basically has to do with its economy, its financial economy, basically. And I think that we're beginning to see indicators of that failing with the inflation that's going on and blah, 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 right? So I'm aware of capitalism and how it works, basically, and how it supports, or white supremacy supports it, or it supports white supremacy. And because of that, I'm going to make my plans or do my organizing my community based on understanding that. And based on understanding that doesn't mean I'm going to destroy or be an anarchist or destroy or be a revolutionary and destroy capitalism and the state. No, it means that I'm going to strategize and say, okay, shit is getting expensive. This inflation continues on. I don't want to be caught in New York City because I know that this is going to be one of the places where food could run out. I need to go somewhere where we can grow some food, or even if I get a hydroponic system, because my brother deals with hydroponic system where I can feed a percentage of my my food intake, right? So I need to be thinking like that, like, you know, uniting with doing cooperatives with Black folks. You know, like, okay, I'm gonna go to the farmers market. I'm gonna buy this to the produce place. And I'm just saying these are things that you try to put into your equation of how you're going to move for the future, because it's not about just me. It's about the people that it was when I was in my community, but now it's about my small circle of people that I'm around, and then maybe connecting with people in Harlem, or, you know, that's the closest community in Harlem. So I'm gonna go to some community group and, you know, connect with them, try to see how we can do things, survive, boom, boom, boom. That's what Pan-Africanism is about. And it's not even really about Pan-Africanism. That's about common sense. That's about common sense. You know, connect up with your people, because you're going to survive better in a group situation than you are as an individual. So that's it. Basically, it's using common sense.
I got you. I get it. I got it. I just don't. I know you think for maybe because, you know, you've been. It sounds like you've been involved in it a little bit. I don't know how deep you've gotten into it, but it sounds like you're favorable to it, and you do think that it's something that's beneficial. I don't know if you think it's beneficial to Pan-Africanists or if you think it's beneficial to Black Americans. I know it's beneficial to the African diaspora. There's no question about that. Because just from even hearing you talk and listening to you talk, it really sounds like all the benefits go in that direction. I don't see where the benefits come to Black America, because the reality is this: if there's 45 million or 50 million Black Americans, 99% of those are never going to relocate to Africa voluntarily. Never. They may visit, whatever, but they're certainly not planning to move there and stay there. So that the question then becomes, what do you do with the people who stay here if this is the philosophy and ideology that we should all follow as a collective? Because 99% of the people are never going to leave here.
Well, what we had a community of 30,000 people, and 80% of that community was African American at that time. That was in the 80s. 80% was African American of 30,000 people.
It was big.
Most of the people in the community didn't even know about the independent Black school that we had in the community, or the core group of people that were doing stuff to make the city a city. In fact, when you go to my timeline, I saw some stuff that one of my old community members, I saw on her thing, that almost half of the city voted against us becoming a city. This is the kind of shit we do. So half of the city, which at that time 80% was African American, we won by maybe 200 votes that we became a city. And the other, almost half didn't want it to be a city. And by us not being a city, we would have just got services from the county instead of having our own water department, police department, fire department, city council, mayor, different, we had a community, what do we had, a cultural community center thing, whatever. Anyway, we had our own, we became a city. It was a struggle because we, having a tax base, when we were becoming a city, white folks, this is what they did. The part of the unincorporated part of the county that was generating money, these motherfuckers, the community adjacent to us, Palo Alto, where Stanford University is, took that piece of land, annexed that piece of land on, and gave it to the other white, to the other Miller Park, city of Miller Park, which is another white community, affluent. These are affluent, upper middle class, affluent neighborhoods. They made a deal to trade that land for that land, and when they did that, they took a large generation of tax that would have helped to keep the city alive. This is the kind of shit, when I tell you, this is the kind of shit that we're dealing with.
Wow.
And they did some other shit too, but that was one of the big things that made it difficult for us to be a city. And then we got half of our people don't want to do the shit. It's like we're fighting ourselves. But I'm bringing up that point is because the people who were at the core of making the shit happen wasn't asking about are you from Haiti? Are you from Jamaica? I can't fuck with you and organize with you, even if you want to volunteer. It wasn't that kind of thing at that time. Even today, it ain't really like that in New York. For me, it's some shit starting to spill over though. But for the most part, when I was living in Queens, and it's a lot of Guyanese and Jamaicans and Haitians, and we were just black folks, doing our thing. This is a few years ago. So I'm saying that wasn't the thing. Pan-Africanism didn't mean no black Americans and only the people that have the ideology of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism means let's get together and build our communities. You live in this community. You want to get involved? Okay, good. You want to get involved? Okay, good. So there was even some Mexicans that was involved in helping create the city. And South and Pacific Islands. We have a large Pacific Islander community in East Palo Alto. So that mindset that you're talking about is not the mindset of my generation and not the mindset of people who really want to make change and work together with other people. That is not their mindset of, oh, you're from over there and I can't fuck with you because you're like that. No, that wasn't it. So when you say that, it's just hard for me to compute. But I do get it though, because as an artist and working with Africans, right, I was encountering these types of mentalities of people that don't know our situation, our history, or anything. And they would come with ignorance because this is what they were taught in Africa, in the media, that how we were, which was a false. So we as new bloods was coming to teach dance or coming into the community, Congolese community, or the Senegalese Guinea Mali community, the brothers that were here and sisters that had been here for years would have to educate them, and then African Americans would have to also interact and educate them so that they could understand, oh, we thought that this was like, you was like that, and this was like, so this is what's missing with the new people and y'all. And I'm not saying y'all specifically, but what I'm hearing in Twitter spaces, that type of thing is not happening. And in general, it really didn't happen on a large scale. It only happened in small places. But the Bay Area is a kind of I won't say hotbed, but it's been a place where those types of healthier interactions took place. And you have Africans that are, more miscegenated into the African American community, and we tend to, even if they weren't totally, that we got along, we knew each other, we knew about each other, we would party with each other, we would blah blah blah. But there's Africans that wouldn't be part of those communities, and they have their own groups, their own organizations, and I think because there's no interaction, they tend to hold these thoughts of, maybe they're not educated, they don't know. So that's what I see as the problem with Bloods coming from the islands and coming from the continent, is that those type of interactions and that the exchange of information and knowledge, they ain't happening. That's the problem. And I hope as young folks, under me, you guys, if you're younger than me, you're young folks, kind of hear what I'm saying, and maybe it can open you up to
loud and clear,
a different way of looking at it.
Yeah, man. So I hear everything you're saying. So let's go back to the city, right? Because this is actually, man. So first of all, let me salute to the fact that you were involved in essentially incorporating a city, right? Separating portion of a city to create your own city. You said there were 30,000 in the group. What was the general size of the city? The general size of the population? Was it out in the Bay Area? Because you've been mentioning a whole lot of different places around the country. Could you talk about that a little bit more? Was this in the 80s, 90s? You kind of bounced around with that too a little bit.
So it's 30 miles south of San Francisco.
Okay.
And it is in Silicon Valley, actually. We're halfway between San Francisco and San Jose, California.
Okay.
And that is Silicon Valley. I grew up before. It wasn't even no Silicon Valley. It was nothing but orchards, where now Google is, and Apple and Cupertino, Google and Mountain View, was nothing but orchards when I was a kid growing up for many years. So this is where I grew up. This area that I grew up in was predominantly white in the 50s. And then a few black people from San Francisco we moved from the projects in San Francisco to East Palo Alto. So a few black families moved in, and then the white flight took place. So white folks fled East Palo Alto, lower income white folks.
Motherfuckers. Come on, man. Stop doing that shit.
San Mateo, right? It was just a part of the county. And so 2.5 square miles is the size of it. And on both sides, on the outskirts of it is Palo Alto and Menlo Park, which are very affluent areas. And then on the other side of it is the Bay. So we were right on the edge, right on the Bay. So this is basically it. The 30,000 people, 30,000 people. In the 1980s, we were predominantly African American. We had one high school, which the white folks closed our high school and bust us out to these motherfucking areas. We had to get up at 6 a.m. I was the second year that the high school was closed. My brothers went to the high school, and Ravenswood High School, of course, they excelled in everything. White folks closed our shit down. One year they bust white kids in, and they fixed up a bunch of shit, bust the white kids in because of immigration laws. After that, 1 or 2 years, they closed our high school and sent all the black students to about 5 different schools. And I remember it was I asked later, I found out later at some point, it was 400 of us that went to one of the schools that I went to. And when I graduated in 1980, it was 40 black students, about 40 black students, give or take. Out of 400, 40 graduated.
Damn.
So that's the kind of shit. And this is what goes on all over the country.
Damn.
It's not no isolated situation.
Damn.
This is shit that has happened in other places. I'm sure you guys have heard of it. But this is East Palo Alto, California. Yeah, it was a trip. They called us Little Nairobi because we actually wanted to name it Nairobi, but
black folks was like, nah, we don't want it to be Nairobi. In fact, I didn't even know that almost half of the community didn't even want to be a city. They didn't even want to be a city. They just wanted to stay in an unincorporated area, which was shitty as fuck. We didn't have hardly any services from the community.
Wow.
This is what we do. Why are you fighting being a city and shit is going to be better?
Interesting. Wow. Yeah, that's interesting because it sounds like even though you may not recognize that there was just a natural desire not to be affiliated with Africa, Pan-African, whatever, that was a sentiment that did exist, even though maybe you don't recognize it, maybe they didn't verbalize it, but it sounds like that's where the resistance was coming from. And it may be that, again, perception is everything, that the people were perceiving it as an attempt to rule or dominate them from this African, Pan-African ideology. Again, you may not perceived it, you may not be picking up on it, but just from listening to you talk, it sounds like there was some resistance that was just kind of there. Now, that whole school busing, man, that's insane. And it is, I mean, they used in the education indoctrination all these systems to destroy black people. So, 400 to 40 is devastating. That's just man, that's devastating. Oh my God. And they do this stuff without even losing a wink of sleep. In fact, they probably feel justified, and they probably feel like they're doing a great job, and they probably feel like they're helping the black community when they do this devastatingly destructive activity, at least the people on the ground, you know what I mean? Whereas the administrators and the people in the hierarchies know exactly what they're doing. But yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around what the resistance may have been or where it may have come from. You said there was a school there. They had no idea about it. There was an African sounding name. They didn't want any parts of that. It may have been this sentiment that just existed.
No, I didn't say all of that now, but I will say there's some truth to what you're saying now. But the majority of people involved in creating a city was not Afrocentric or Pan-African. They were just regular black folks who were, a lot of the church going folks were, kind of pretty involved in the core of the group.
Then they suck.
So
we
were a minority, but we were, representing with, getting the work in. I was really young. I wasn't even involved so much in that. I heard years later how that took place because I became older and was trying to do stuff. But I would say, yeah, there's some truth to that because I remember hearing, from time to time, black folks talking about they into all that African stuff, right? But that goes along with, but for the most part, that wasn't the whole sentiment of, creating a city or doing, other things that were city related. But I would say as far as Nairobi College that we started, the junior college, even though the Pan-Africanists or Afrocentrics, which really at that time it was the civil rights people. See, you guys gotta open your minds up because the civil rights people were also very sort of Pan-Africanist in spirit too. They weren't just quotes Pan-Africanists, but they were about, connecting with the homeland and I'm black and I'm proud and wearing afros and shit and red, black, and green flags and my popular brothers and sisters from the continent kind of energy.
It was very popular.
And they may not consider themselves Pan-Africanists, because Pan-Africanists might have been certain things. I think you could have been a civil rights person and not be a Pan-Africanist, but embrace those things that I said and embrace Nairobi College. And even the church people was embracing Nairobi College, because a lot of those people that I'm talking about were from the South, and we are from Texas and Louisiana. The migration path is from Texas and Louisiana. So those people don't play, and they knew about building community and shit, because they had community in Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi. They had that. We had Mississippi people too. So it was like, okay, yeah, I'm not with this African shit, but I'm definitely about us having a college, right? And as they learn more about the African shit, they begin, oh, okay, that's what that's about. Okay, yeah, that's cool, that's good. That's kind of part of how, as I begin to see people relate with the whole, thing that we were doing. I came later, though. These are older people that were doing a lot of this shit. And when I came, my generations was the 80s and 90s. And we were, I was working with those older generations to do Shule Mandela Academy School. And the shit that we were doing was the fucking bomb. Nairobi College, junior college? What? A junior college? Black folks? And we were like, Oakland was talking like, damn, we had a reputation. And even though a lot of people didn't like the name Nairobi, it was a nickname. Nairobi was a nickname. And there was some of us that wanted to make it official, but that didn't pass. So the people who, the people voted, they wanted to make it East fucking Palo Alto. Can you believe that shit? And we could have came up with a better name than East Palo Alto, which is just east of fucking Palo Alto, which is all white. But anyway, so at the end of the day, it's about those who are doing the thing and those who are not fucking doing the thing, and just maybe they're getting the benefits from it. Getting the benefits of it being a city. And now they're proud of it being a city, but they voted against it being a city.
Oh, is it? So did it?
This is my people.
So it became a city, or it never did?
It did. It became a city. I think in 1986 we became a city.
What's the name of the city?
City?
What's the name of the city?
East Palo Alto.
Oh, damn. Oh, okay. Okay, awesome, man. Because I'm trying to. This story is reminding me of another little town. It was a black town in California. And somehow I came across the story. It was months ago, but it was a city that ultimately, I don't know if the people moved away from it. I don't know what happened to cause the collapse of this small town. I'm gonna try to find it so we can kind of talk about it a little bit too. But so East Palo Alto is a black city that was created by this community. That's an amazing thing. So when you alluded to the fact that a small percentage of the people, which is usually 1 to 10% of the people, are going to perform the action, and the 90% are going to benefit from the actions of the very small percentage that actually perform the action. That is not only historically accurate in most populations, but that's just the reality of our human existence. That is how it works. So I understand your frustration, but it's a part of political activism, is that you just got to understand that it's not ever going to be 100%. It's likely always going to be this small percentage that actually does the thing that you want to try to produce. And then you educate and advocate to the 90+% of people, try to get as many on board, like it sounds like they did, and they were able to get the thing passed. So, and also, be prepared for multiple attempts. So if you try one time, doesn't go, hey, next year, let's try it again, or 6 months, whatever the case may be, but you just stay at it until you, reach your goal. So that's what's up, man. I'm actually really, that's a great piece of Black American history. It really is. I mean, I know we got Allensworth. That's very historic. First black town, and the things that they did to not only affect the water, but pull the rail lines away from that little town out there. They do a lot of really shady shit. We know that. That's how these people operate. But you know, the fact that you had success, that's a success story. And it sounds like a lot that we can learn from in our quest to establish these black majority states, because in all of these states, there are unincorporated areas of the state that ultimately will have to become new cities, new towns, whatever the case may be. So, yeah, I really, truly appreciate that.
92, we became the nation's murder capital.
Oh, damn.
We have more murders per capita than any place else in the United States in 1992.
Come on, bro. Damn.
Can you believe that?
Wow.
42 homicides in one fucking year. And it was all related to the young bloods selling weed and crack on the corner in the hot spots. That's where most of those deaths came. The next year, because we made the headlines, right? There was pressure on the local, governments, on the state, and then on the local government. So the city of Palo Alto helped. They send police, to police, and Menlo Park sent their police to help East Palo Alto police. Now, we had our own police department. The next year, we had 2 deaths. We went from 42 deaths to 2.
Wow.
And what does that tell you?
Wow.
That tells you that that could have been avoided. Those 42 deaths could have been avoided.
Wow.
And the 2 deaths were domestic homicide. So they poured drugs in our community, just like everywhere else. This the same playbook they play everywhere in our communities. Same shit. Pour drugs in our communities. Probably put guns and shit in our communities. So, it's a trip, but you know what? We've got to stay positive, and, we need to make our communities beautiful, create little cafes and shit. We can go and sit and have coffee and it look cute. And we could, have nice little restaurants and shit. And this is what we need to do as African Americans, specifically us, because I see us lacking in the places where we have been, having these things for us. So we need to specifically be doing that, creating beauty in our communities, so that we like being in our communities. We don't have to go out into other places to have, some peace and some, niceties and shit. So
agreed, totally agreed. Yeah, totally agreed, man. I don't know if you probably don't know, because we haven't talked in a minute. I've seen you in spaces, but it's been a while. And so we're on the East Coast over here, the South Coast, if you will. We talk about Delaware a lot, and we had an opportunity to visit Delaware, and there was a Black-owned cafe. I'm not sure if it was a husband and wife or a couple, but it definitely was a Black man, Black woman, and great community asset. Then we went to a Black-owned restaurant, bar / entertainment. They had a drum set up in a position to where they could have live entertainment, like maybe jazz or something. And so you got glimpses of what is already in there, and all we got to do is enhance it and add to it and things of that nature. So I agree wholeheartedly with the idea that we need to have positive assets in the community in order to lessen whatever these people are going to do. I'm so anti illegal drugs. Like, to me, alcohol, it's legal. Got to be a certain age. Marijuana, hemp, that should be 100% legal across the board. However you figure that out. And matter of fact, in Delaware, they are starting to implement their legal marijuana over the next few years. And then prescription medication that you actually were prescribed by your doctor, not prescription medication that you're giving to people who've never seen a doctor or who shouldn't be on it. Outside of that, to me, I'm all about insanely harsh penalties for the people who sell it, and um, you know, real, true rehabilitation for the people who find themselves in a situation where they are using those illegal substances. Um, so yeah, I mean, there's a pattern, and certainly that pattern they will try to repeat it if they are allowed to. I think one of the biggest issues that Black American communities suffer from is the fact that a lot of the drugs are distributed by the police. Um, and I think a lot of people don't give enough credit, or at least maybe they don't even understand it or know it. But state level, county level, local level, and if they're not physically distributing it, they're clearing the path to allow others in the community who do. They know who the people are. Because it doesn't take much to identify the people that are responsible. And then, with the way the system is set up, again, they want to see the Black community decimated. So they just essentially allow this activity to do what it does and cause massive amounts of harm. Um, I think the difference will be that we won't tolerate it. We won't allow it to grow and fester. We will quickly nip it in the bud every chance and opportunity we get. Remove the actors from the streets, from the community, and be very diligent about that. Like I said, offering real rehabilitation, real opportunities for people to break the cycle. And depending on the level of distribution, there's a thing in the Jumbotron of Chicago. They call him a high ranking member of Chicago's, I want to say, gang. Let me see if I can find it while we're pulling it up. Okay, here it goes. So, Chicago police arrest high ranking gang member, seize cache of weapons. And this looks like he kind of looks like Fat Joe a little bit. He looks like some type of Hispanic. There's a bunch of assault rifles with like 50 round drums, 100 round drums, 25 firearms, 7 assault rifles, 3 shotguns, 12 semi-automatic pistols, 3 revolvers, 9,000 in cash, um, 400 grams of some narcotic thing just spaced on me. Yeah, 400 grams of cocaine. I'm sorry. So yeah, this was a very dangerous individual. His name is Samuel Flanagan, 36 years old. He's got an Irish last name, but he definitely looks Mexican to me. Um, and it's just like, damn, this dude had to be selling these guns. Massive amounts of ammunition. Looks like even a bulletproof vest. A person like this rises to the level of the death penalty. I just don't have any sympathy for a person like this. This amount of death and destruction being released into the Black community would kill so many people, um, that to me, this person deserves a death penalty. So that's where I stand. I hope we get to the level of authority where we can actually implement that level of justice to the community, because it's not, at this point, this person doesn't deserve to be a part of the community as far as I'm concerned. You got it, Shy.
Well, white people, I mean, not white people, but Black people had that same sentiment
about weed in the 90s and the 80s, and of course about crack, and about other substance abuse stuff. They felt that way, and so it wasn't just Joe Biden and Bill Clinton that came up with the 3 strikes you're out. It was black people that also supported that, and they felt like you feel, but about weed, they thought weed was maybe not as dangerous as heroin, but certainly it should be very highly punished, and it is causing a bad destruction and da 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 da. Right? So we see what the end results of that 3 strikes you out created, and then now they done gave the white boys permission to do first medical, now recreation weed, and we went to jail for fucking 50, 20, 30 years for selling a little bit of weed, got caught 3 times. I'm saying, I hear what you're saying, I get you, but I'm also saying that if they work with us to help us to provide jobs for these young dudes that are out there selling these dope and this shit out there, they wouldn't be doing it. They wouldn't have to be out there selling it. And then now you only have the users, the people that are addicted, but you won't have you won't have a big influx of new young people doing these drugs because they see young people selling it out there. So the one of the big keys to the problems of us selling these drugs is that we don't have a economy. And again, this goes back to black people taking up the responsibility, doing the shit that we're supposed to be doing. If it's creating a city out of an unincorporated area, or creating a school, our schools, or whatever it is, building our institutions and doing things that we need to do, if we're not doing that and we're not creating jobs or supporting the few jobs that businesses that we have, then this is the side effects or the symptoms that's going to come as a result of not having our own shit. And then you can't just sit back and say, I want reparations. We want a check. And the check don't solve your problem. Instead of doing the work that you need to be doing in the community, everybody needs to put in. When I hear that, I think about that. That's what I think about. I think about not scapegoat, but what's the word? I think about us using reparations as a default or something, right? Help me, y'all get what I'm trying to say. And I think that we should get reparations. We should go after it. We should do everything that we're doing. I remember back in the motherfucking 80s, I was signing a petition. New Black Africa was at this big conference. I forgot what it was, history or something else. I don't know even what the conference was, but it was a lot of black people in this big conference room. And this sister from New Republic of New Africa, something like that, she make an announcement. I have a petition for reparations. We need to have reparations. She explained what it was. And the first time that I kind of had heard about it. So she had a lot of signatures on it already. Everybody signed the fucking petition. And it was full. People were leaving and signing the petition. So way back then, we were doing shit and now I know the history even before then, we were doing shit for reparations. So reparations ain't just something new, although it's accelerated a great deal, which is really good. But we've been doing shit for reparations along the line. So that all I can say is that if we provide jobs for our young men and women, they will be way less likely to be selling weed and not even weed, but selling drugs. And that's our responsibility. So alongside with, if you think the answer is strict penalties, punitive strict penalties is the going to be the deterrent or the answer, I would say that provide jobs, do the things that provide jobs for these young people, and then you want to institute that. If you could have your way, right? Institute the real strict penalties, but produce those jobs first. Otherwise, we'll be doing the same shit that we did with the 3 strikes you're out. And now the shit is legal. And the white boys got the fucking cannabis clubs and making money off of it, and our people are sitting in jail over getting caught selling weed 3 times. This is the game. This is the shit they do in the games they play or whatever. I don't even know what to call this shit. But we gotta be, we gotta think about it. We gotta think shit out.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm gonna let Yusuf go, and then I'll circle back.
Yeah, appreciate it. I had to come up because y'all were talking about weed and drugs, and I am completely against that. As far as like, it's one thing to just I guess smoke weed, and it's a like when we're talking about the medical marijuana, like that's like, it could be heroin for all when you're starting to add additional chemicals and things like that. That's kind of like how we have ketchup, and most people think of ketchup as being tomatoes, but majority of what they pump into ketchup is a bunch of sugar. So you get hooked on to ketchup. So now you have to have ketchup with every single meal that you have. So I am not a fan of marijuana. When we're talking about medical marijuana, I think hopefully it doesn't. There's things called cannabis-induced psychosis. So that's like if you have any issues like mental health issues, people dealing with depression, and all of these different mental conditions. You take one puff of any mind-altering substance. Now you're developing psychosis, and unfortunately we don't have a good early mental health programs and things like that. Which is a problem. But I like the overall just I guess conversation that you all were having, but. I think one of the issues when we're talking about being really strict on crime, if it would be the case, I think there needs to be, how jail or prison set up. It's becoming a factory for criminals, and you're not rehabilitating anybody. You're not providing any opportunities. So I think that part needs to be reimagined. Well, maybe that might look like, first-time offenders, they're in a completely different facility as opposed to folks that are repeat offenders. And you potentially might provide them with, a level of like mentorship and things like that, built-in programs. And I don't know exactly how that looks, but, when we think about new solutions, we also need to think about how we need to counterbalance that whole system needs to be new or reimagined or reformed, and not just one entry point. So yeah.
I got to give pushback. Man, I grew up in a household of weed smokers, although myself didn't really participate or partake until my teenage years, and pretty much stopped when I became an adult. But I have a different experience when it comes to it. So I do want to make this observation. This is a story from 3 days ago. It says traffic death rates fell in states that legalized marijuana. There are a lot of deaths from auto accidents, right? So that may be, what do they call, anecdotal evidence, maybe, possibly. But there are no deaths that are attributed specifically to marijuana, as far as I know. But I can tell you what the death rate is for medicines that are legal and prescribed in the United States of America. It's 128,000 people every single year in this country alone. They say 200,000 over in the UK die from medicines that a doctor prescribed them for them to legally take. So the question becomes, if we're going to look at marijuana logically and logistically, it's been legal in at least a dozen states for at least a decade. I think they're north of 30 states, or more than half of the states have some level of legalization, either medically or recreationally. And if there was a massive swing in the death rate, that states would have started to pull back. The federal government would be more inclined to prosecute.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, just so it sounds like you might not understand, or I might not have communicated well. So what I'm saying is that there's nothing wrong with smoking weed or having that being a avenue for someone wants to make it their vice, or even support healing and things like that. I'm not talking about that, but the issue is when you try to modify weed and trying to make it more than and be a effective for all areas. Because what happens is now that you have weed and we have made weed more commonplace, then that means there's a number of different type of strands of weed, and then now people can have the more potent medical marijuana and things like that at an earlier age, because it's legalized. So what I'm saying is that there might not be an issue for someone to I think there's a place of people overindulging, and when you adjust or modify weed to a certain extent, now it no longer just becomes weed, it's something else. So I'm all for people just smoking, and I think there needs to be restrictions on the potence of the weed. And I think if you need something, if you have a problem that you need to have over that threshold, then weed should not be the solution that you offer. I think, or you use, and I think that's the problem, because some people that are in their teenage, they might be smoking weed, and the or marijuana, and that same title marijuana also will be used for really potent stuff, and it just becomes a gateway. People will just be subscribing to using marijuana for all of their issues, when that's actually not it's not a one size fit all medicine.
So again, I'll do another anecdotal comparison. Alcohol, which alcohol is extremely deadly, widely available.
The problem with what you're doing is that you aren't actually like it's like there's no point of actually making an argument, because you're just talking about something that has nothing to do with actually what I'm talking about. You're making a comparison, which I am not trying to make a comparison to alcohol or any other else. You're just saying, what is the least? I would rather a person do this than that. And there's no evidence that people are not drinking and smoking. Like most people, when they drink, they also smoke, or not, I shouldn't say most people, but there are some people that are only classified as smokers after they drink, or, something like that. I'm talking about just specifically only weed, and weed is something that there's so many different formats that you can take it, whether that be a gummy, whether that be a brownie, whether that be smoking, whether that be vaping. So all I'm just saying, it is a more easy consumed thing, and because it's easily consumed, if you have the ability to now there are people that are spiking, like I'm in DC, people are spiking, people's weed and things like that. Now they don't, PCP and a bunch of other things. So all I'm saying is there needs to be some form of regulation. I don't think black people should be, just because a lot of us got locked up, I don't think we should be so celebrating the fact that, it's being, legalized. And I think there should be some level of constraints and regulations on that. There's nothing wrong for you to grow your own weed, but when it comes to the United States, starts making medical marijuana for all of these different cases, I think that, is when it becomes an issue.
Yeah. So I'm going to make the comparison because you're talking about two consumer products. You're talking about two readily available consumer products, depending on the market, that have different variations. Alcohol is in different variations as well. You can go into a store and buy a bottle of cherries that are alcohol infused, or whatever else other alcohol infused product that there is. So it comes in just as many forms, if not more forms, and it's widely available, and it's been widely available. In the country practiced prohibition, and that ended up in murders and illicit behavior and criminal activity that the country decided wasn't necessarily something they wanted to continue. The same thing with marijuana. Marijuana was ended in the country because of racism. Quite literally, the reason behind the prohibition on marijuana has nothing to do with the health effects of it. It has everything to do with the government of the United States saying Negroes or niggers look you in the eye when they're high on marijuana. So there is a racist component to marijuana, and the way that they enforce the laws around marijuana, specifically against our community, was intended to entrap us and ensnare us into the criminal injustice system. So, all that being said, if you want to regulate marijuana, you can regulate marijuana. That's the power that the state has. Talking about spiking marijuana with illicit drugs, that's happening in the streets. That's not something that's happening in any regulated licensed dispensaries or any other market that is a legal market. Legal marijuana is not being spiked with illicit drugs. Legal marijuana is not, um, at a level where it's not labeled clearly, and the consumer, it's really, again, we're talking about a consumer product where the consumer has to educate themselves to understand that this particular product has this amount of THC in it versus that product which has that amount of THC in it. So this is a situation where you have adult consumers that are consuming a product that they can be self-educated. You can create regulation that says in the store there has to be a poster that talks about the different levels of THC, yada yada yada. Before they get a card, they have to watch a video. Whatever. That's all fine and well and good, but the street market is something that I'm totally fine with making sure they're not selling illegal marijuana on the streets, because that's criminal activity, versus a business owner who gets a license, who goes through the process, who sets up a dispensary, and then responsibly sells marijuana to their responsible customers. That's a totally different thing. There's still people that make moonshine out in the middle of Kentucky, and they sell illegal moonshine. Some states you can actually produce. Matter of fact, in the state of Pennsylvania, you can actually produce moonshine legally, even though you can't produce over a certain amount. That's when it becomes illegal, right? So there's all kinds of regulation for different things, but as a product for consumers who are adults, who are making adult decisions, it should be available, because there's no real reason why it shouldn't be available to the people who choose to indulge in it.
Yeah, just for the record, I'm completely for. I mean, honestly, I don't really care. I think if you're an adult, if you want to smoke crack, you should be able to do it. If you want to do, I'm just specifically talking about. I don't think it is productive for the black community. That's all I'm saying. If you want to do whatever you want to, I personally, I'm more of on the libertarian side of things for most things. That if you would like to do it and it's you understand the outcome or it's communicated what the outcomes of something is. I personally believe anybody can do whatever that they want to do, as long as it's not affecting other people. But in the context of how it affects Black Americans, I do not think it is a net positive when we're talking about going like these outrageous THC levels, and then you're creating you're instead of solving problems in other manners, you're medicating yourself at these high levels of THC. That's where I'm saying that I don't believe it's conducive for the advancement of the Black community. As far as me individually, I don't really care. I mean, I think anybody should do whatever they want to.
Okay. So let me also say this. If and maybe the Black community, maybe there's a thing where you have and I do believe in having a gap year between high school and or college, and or a system in place for juniors, seniors, and freshmen in college, and maybe even sophomores in college, where they actually are involved in community activism or community work or whatever, however you want to describe it. But one of those would be to attend an Alcoholic Anonymous meeting and to attend a Narcotics Anonymous meeting. Because if you ever have attended or ever choose to attend one of these meetings, you will see the devastation that is caused by opioids and cocaine and crack. If you've never sold it and you've never been in that environment and saw it with your own eyes, saw parents choose to buy crack cocaine over feeding their children, take their children on uh, booster sprees where they essentially go to shopping malls, shopping centers, large department stores, and they steal a bunch of things in order to pay for their crack habit. Or just an endless list of things that are inhumane, to be quite honest, and absolute poison the community. And so I don't agree that anything above alcohol or marijuana should ever be legal. And I think that the death penalty needs to be on the table for people who participate in that activity at a high level. Mid-level, upper level dealers should be put to death. Period. That's the way I feel, because
What
the
about
destruction.
mushrooms? People use shrooms.
Mushrooms are becoming legal. I don't have any desire to do mushrooms. I have a very limited knowledge of it, but I do understand that there is a process underway to legalize mushrooms. I'll say this: before there was the American government, before there were all these laws, if mushrooms existed in humanity and humans used it for that purpose, then I guess I don't have a problem with it. It's the same thing like the coca leaf. The coca leaf, before humans really started manufacturing and processing and turning it into these very extremely concentrated forms, the people who were native to the land simply grabbed a leaf and chewed on it, and it gave them a numbed down feeling. Humans are always going to look to self-medicate. That's a part of the broader humanity. Not everybody's going to choose to indulge in it, but a certain percentage will. And then the question becomes, do you regulate it? Do you prohibit it? I think that marijuana, alcohol, if there's enough science and research that says mushrooms don't cause death, don't increase traffic deaths, don't damage the heart, the lungs, etc., then I'll trust the science. But when it comes to cocaine, crack, fentanyl, methamphetamines, anything like that, to me, not only does methamphetamines, there was something called crocodile a few years back. There's something where they've taken catalytic converters over in Africa, like basically turning it into a dust and snorting that. There's these crazy drugs that they're creating in labs right now. To me, if it destroys the human body and it causes death, zero tolerance. Just for me personally, zero tolerance. There are people who are functional cocaine users, right? There are people who they snort cocaine, they do whatever they do. A lot of rappers and entertainers, to be quite honest, some of your favorite rappers and entertainers, celebrities, actors, actresses, they snort cocaine on a regular basis. Okay. I don't think that should be legal. For me personally, it should not be legal. I've seen people get high on cocaine. I don't think it should be legal. However, and people do die from it. Quite literally, people do die from it. They destroy their entire lives. They can't function at some point. They're not able to go to work. They're not able to pay their bills. They're not able to be housed. Eventually they end up on the street. If it's a woman, she's selling her body. If it's a man, he's trying to convince women to sell their body. It leads into a death spiral if left unchecked. Marijuana, no one goes into a death spiral for marijuana or alcohol necessarily, although alcohol is very dangerous and tens of thousands of people do die directly related to alcohol. So I try to keep that in mind. Mushrooms, I don't know. I don't know if people are dying from mushrooms. I don't have enough education on it. I'm saying all that to say this. It's not about anything to me but what is most prudent. Can marijuana be a benefit for a black majority state? Can we grow it? Can we turn it into products? Can we sell it? Can black business owners profit from it? Can they take those profits and invest into the community? Can it establish industry? Can those industries and that investment turn into other more complicated, more complex, more lucrative industries? Does it build a foundation for systems that produce greater systems? For me, the answer is yes, because you can establish thousands of dispensaries, you can establish thousands of farms, you can establish systems where you can invest and reinvest into other businesses such as restaurants or retail outlets or manufacturing for that matter, depending on what the manufacturing is going to be. So I think that it does provide a foundation for other industries. It requires very low level of entry points in terms of the financial aspects of it. And hemp grows naturally. It's always grown naturally on this particular land. They tried to eradicate it. It still comes back. It grows. It grows. It grows. It will replace the need to tear down trees. It could replace the need for cotton, which Mississippi cotton is still the number one product that they grow agriculturally in the state of Mississippi. I just found that out. There's a lot of usage for hemp / marijuana, and the level of THC can be regulated. To your point, it could be just like they put, smoking this cigarette will kill you. It'll give you lung cancer, and people still smoke it. You can put warning labels on the product. You can do educational videos, yada, 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 et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you can simply say, we won't tolerate any THC level above this point because we think when it gets to that point, it becomes toxic. It becomes a prohibitive substance at that point. Okay, cool. So the industry side of it is definitely beneficial. The self-medication side of it It's whatever. It's entertainment. It's social. It's whatever. It's people. Some people have the habit. Some people don't. Some people will have the habit. Some people won't. Some people are addicted to beer, quite literally. A lot of people are addicted to beer. I'm not. A lot of people addicted to marijuana. I'm not. A lot of people may be addicted to mushrooms. I don't know. I'm not. But I don't think it harms the society, is all I'm saying. I think that there is a net benefit, and not just because it's money. I mean, money's important. We got to understand you can't fund and or operate organizations without money. You can't operate government without money. But I think ultimately it's just a low entry point that can be a foundation for other industries. And there may be irrigation technology that comes out of it, hydroponics, etc., stacking, vertical farming, etc., etc., etc. And it could be a bumper crop. Hemp could be a bumper crop that you're using to rotate crops. It's putting nutrients into the soil, yada yada yada, etc., etc., etc. I just think that there's a lot of benefits there, and I'll end on that, and then the next person can go.
Yeah, what up, family? Black State Up Radio. How y'all doing tonight? So, this your boy Seg One. What's good? Hey, Black, your YouTube feed was glitching, man. So check your Wi-Fi or whatever. So, hey, you said you got to chill on the weed talking points, man. It's kind of like you got a lot of white supremacy talking points. I'm gonna tell you why. So, make a long story short, black majority hemp is federally legal. Trump made it so. You could grow hemp in your backyard right now. Nobody say anything. Real talk, you know what I mean? You can grow hemp, all the hemp you want, industrially or personally. You can grow all the hemp you want. Nobody say anything. You know what I mean? It's federally legal for you to do so. As far as the weed, if you've been in New York City lately, in Manhattan, all you see is people just chilling out in the open, smoking, and the cops just walking by, ain't nobody doing nothing. Chilling, man. You know what I mean? Real shit. Like, it's over with, man. As far as the, like, what it is we should and shouldn't do, I guess. Can y'all hear me? Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, you coming in clear.
All right, just want to make sure. You know what I mean? Yeah, because I see black majority. I don't know if you still rapping over there. I'm about to just shut it down there. You know what I mean? But make a long story short, it's over with, man. You know what I'm saying? It's about to be legal on all scales. The one things that you did say that was clear about weed usage is that I think it should be like, if I had to start over as a youth and I was going to start smoking bud, I would say probably wait till I was like at least 18. You know what I'm saying? Just on the safer side of things, you know what I mean? But you ain't gonna be able to stop nobody because, we have friends, things are going on, peer pressure, stuff like that happens, you know what I mean? Not saying it happened to me. I studied up on bud before I started smoking it. Even though, like black majority said, I grew up in a weed house, you know what I'm saying? But I wasn't smoking it just because they were smoking it, you know what I mean? I wanted to smoke on my own terms, you know what I mean? But some people have had that peer pressure moment where like, damn, yo, we smoke it, come over here, homie. Not even knowing that blunt might be laced. You're right about that, you know what I'm saying? So that would probably be the only right talking point you got. Well, you don't have to really study the weed in order to know what it is weed is, you know what I mean? So ain't nobody really putting nothing in no weed. That's all a lie, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let me clarify. So when I said that, when I'm talking about someone putting the weed, I'm not talking about like someone putting PCP or anything like that. When you are growing weed, you can make modifications to the strand and to make it more powerful. And I know people personally, making black men making six figures, doing well, successfully, never smoked weed in their life. They take, a few hits and then they're hooked and then they lose their mind. They literally have psychosis and develop mental illnesses because they're smoking weed and they've never, their mind has not experienced something like that. Because, if you actually understand what actually happens when you do get high, same thing when you get drunk, you're actually, you can, I think my whole point is this. If we create better literature right now, we are just creating a new avenue of, it's harmless and things like that. Let's let everybody smoke weed now. But I think before that should have happened, there should have been a national education process on what are the actual conditions, because you could be doing really well for yourself and not smoking weed or anything like that. And I'm not saying that all it is just specifically marijuana. The same way how some people are allergic to the smell of cats and hair, is how some people, if they smoke weed or any mind-altering substance, they will lose their mind, and sometimes there's no coming back from that, especially when you fuck up your, the neutron, everything from a mental standpoint. So that's where I'm, more so speaking to. And when people say like marijuana is an addictive drug, the actual drug, as far as it doesn't have inducive products, but your body, because of how it makes you feel, it will, or it can make you addicted to it.
Right. I agree on that. And that's only because, it depends on you, the person. You feel what I'm saying? So everything isn't for everybody. Like you said, we were talking about allergies. Some people can't eat peanuts and certain nut tree family, walnuts and cashew. You can't eat none of that stuff. So it will be the same thing, you know what I mean, for the most part. And, you're never going to stop people from doing what they want to do.
I agree.
So
there needs to be a process.
How do you combat all that? You know what I'm saying?
The simple process would be just before, hey, if you're thinking about the same way how we have people, get tested and things like that, all we need to create some process of, hey, we're going to look down your, family tree. If you have any mental issues, you probably shouldn't smoke weed without, this. If you, the same thing when you're getting
violating my HIPAA laws, bro. See, right there.
How are you violating? You're pretty much, it's a regulation.
Basically what you're saying is I have to get tested like a gun license to smoke bud. That's what you're saying? I gotta go.
I'm not necessarily saying that you have to. I'm saying that these are things that people can opt into, that like being able to allow people to know what they're actually doing. Right now, the whole weed and things like that is just glamorized as, it's, takes off stress and things. So there's not the only negative marketing on marijuana is, you're lazy or you get the munchies, when there's a whole bunch of, because it's not actually, it has not been marketed to the community as like, hey, cigarettes. When you're smoking cigarettes.
Well, no, hold on a second. I'm not disagreeing with none of the medical expertise, because I do watch documentaries on how people, like when Denver first legalized it, people were having psychosis trips. But that's only because, like you said, the volume or the potency of the cannabis. What our parents were smoking back then, it ain't the same weed we smoking now. It's 100 times.
Exactly. And that was my whole point.
So
in this,
hold on a second though. That's also a choice too, because and the reason why I say that, because like my old head, they were like, yo, go bring me some weed. Now, you know what I'm saying? I'll bring in the good shit. He's like, yo, I don't like that because it's too strong. You feel what I'm saying? We understand that as smokers. That's why I'm saying I don't know if you smoke weed or not. I'm not sure if you understand the difference of that. So,
man, I started smoking weed when I was like 12. I know the difference and things like that, but I'm saying that.
Well, we talk about lately. No. I'm talking about lately. Like, have you been smoking bud in like in the last? And you ain't got to admit because we on record. I'm just saying.
I don't care.
So when we talk about in the last 4 or 5 years, we talking about like the potency of weed has dramatically changed. Cookies, the different cushions, the cakes. You feel what I'm saying? For those that understand, the runts, the Skittles, like this shit is we could go forever. Just 500 different strains. But at the end of the day, what it really falls down to, you the person that you really just need to study up on this before you get yourself into something. Now, I agree with the other illegal drug. step about black. Now all that shit should be illegal because it's really these white folks that make this synthetic shit. You know what I mean? Like Nas said, if coke was good without the garbage, we all had the top dollars. This is why, weed nowadays has more THC than CBD. So without the CBD split, there is no balance because, back then, most folks, you take a couple hits and you off the work or whatever. But now some of this weed, it'll have you couch locked, yo, like it ain't no tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? And I'm an expert at this shit, and I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Even I got to say, damn, you know what I'm saying? I've been at it for a minute, you know what I mean? So I think it should be legalized, but I think it should be stipulations with it too, though. There shouldn't be any pushback with it, but the simple fact, you ain't going to stop people from doing what they want to do. Just not, man.
We ass out, boy. We ass out.
Go ahead, DC.
Nah, I was talking to an old head one. Cocaine. Like, how did y'all not see that coming? Like, I don't understand. Like, how do you get turned out on crack? Like, that, it just didn't make sense to me. And he was like, man, we didn't.
But hey, real quick, just for the sake of saying that, so obviously we understand the Freeway Ricky Ross story, right?
Right. But,
all right, go ahead.
But I don't understand on an individual level. I get how the works get, how the merchandise get into the neighborhood, but I'm talking about on an individual level. How do you get? This is me talking to him. I'm like, how do you get strung out on crack? How does that happen? Like, if a mother came up to me like, yo, let's do some crack, like it just didn't make sense to me. I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah. So he was telling me, he was like, man, we ain't know, dude. We was turning up. We listened to Curtis Mayfield. We at the party. And it get to passed around. And you young, you know what I'm saying? You trying to see what those girls is doing. And so I just thought it was interesting. And we know what happened after that. It took a whole generation of black people out. And so for me, when I watched the whole weed thing, I don't smoke. But I grew up with smokers, and I just was like, man, like I'm interested. I wonder if, like, I don't know no black people who grow no weed, and I don't know any black people who know any black people who grow weed, or they just get it from somewhere, or the dispensary or whatever. I'm like, they could get the drop on us again with the weed if they wanted to. If they wanted to, they could get the drop on us. I'm like, the weed that you smoke, I'm talking to the homies, the weed that you smoke, do you get this from the homies? No, just get it from the dispensary. Who's growing this? Where is it coming from?
But see, look, and that's the whole narrative why I come into play, because I'm the expert of this motherfucker. Y'all not looking into this shit, you know what I'm saying? These white boys been getting busy for a long time, nigga. You know what I'm saying? For a long time. They've been taking the charge for a long time. There's a lot of Tommies out here, man. I don't know if y'all understand this. They smoke butter too. They not passing no fucked up seeds to you, yo. Because they trying to make money and they trying to smoke too. You know what I'm saying? They creating the strains. Look, hey, y'all know who Burner is, yo? But no, hold on a second. Let me ask you a question. Do y'all know who Burner is, yo? Anybody here know who Burner is? Go look up Burner. Go look up Burner on your phone. Cookie Store NYC, yo. It's not a game, bro. It's over with, man. We legalized this shit across the board. United States should have got better weed than everybody in the world right now. Look it up, yo. All right. And then I'm talking places like Holland and Amsterdam, yo.
So are you saying, maybe I misunderstood you, you're saying that because the white boys smoke it, that we can be certain that the strains is essentially safe. They good to go because they themselves are concerned.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they because we understand. First of all, weed or cannabis it's a natural plant that's found in the wild anyway.
But it can be modified, like my man said.
Well, so when you say modify, what does that mean to you? Because modified to me, hold on a minute, as a person that does landscape, agriculture, horticulture, is not the same modification. I guarantee you. Go ahead, though.
Okay, so that was interesting. So are you saying that? Say it again, that last part. So you said there's a different type of modification?
Or y'all modification.
I'm talking about synthetic.
Weed is not the same modification to me as a person that's a landscape, agriculture, horticulturalist.
So the way I understand it, again, this is talking from a non-smoker, so correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I understand it is that you can modify this, you can create different strains, and in doing that, you can like bring out different qualities of the weed.
What is the strain? What is that? You know what I mean?
Well,
talk about making different variations of the same plant. What is the strain? You know what I mean?
Well, my question is that, or the understanding that I have is that you can enhance certain qualities of a specific like my understanding is that there are different types, like you have sour diesel, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know necessarily the details of what makes one different from another one. What is this, sativa?
Right. So how do you know sour diesel is more powerful than London pound cake? You don't know. You don't smoke. And you don't know. So you
based on the people
look it up. I would know.
Well, based on my understanding is I'm not saying that it's more powerful. I'm saying that there is a difference. The reason I can deduce that there's a difference because one is they have different names, and you can listen, and I can listen to the people who do smoke. I myself don't need to. Your cancer doctor doesn't need to have cancer in order to help you through and have the information. But I do respect that. Like if you really into the weed thing, that I'll give you the foremost authority in this. But just a little bit of knowledge that I have is that you can clearly have different strains. I'm not necessarily saying that one is more powerful, but the people who smoke tell me that is the case. But you can clearly have different strains because they have different names. You have sour diesel, you have blah 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 blah. If they were the exact same, there would be no need for them to have two different names. So with that information, I can take that and be like, okay, if you can have different strains, that lets me know that you can modify you can modify characteristics of the strain itself. And as I'm told, there's ones that will make you hungry, there's ones that will make you sleepy, there's ones that will allow you to still be able to be productive, et cetera, et cetera. My question to myself is that the same way they got the drop on this in the 70s with the drugs that's in the community, is it possible for them to get the drop on us with this? That's all I'm saying. And since I don't know no black people who grow no weed, they're not off into the modification, the real sciencey aspects of the different strains, and they don't know nobody. They just get it from the dispenser. The way I see it, again, correct me if I'm wrong, it's entirely possible for them to get the drop on us. With the weed in the same way they got the drop on us with the crack cocaine in the 70s, because we're not like, I don't know, the farmers of it. We're not the scientists behind it. I could be wrong, though. Let me know. Talk to me.
Hey, let me jump in here. So I'm going to ask a question, but I'm going to answer it. And then I'm going to ask another question. I'm going to answer it. And then I'm going to get into, I think we're using the word modification, but that's not the technical term, because modification sounds like genetic modification, like there's something that's happening in a lab somewhere, where this is just actual farming, like just natural farming. So apples, right? We all know apples. We all probably have enjoyed an apple at some point in our lives. If I was to ask you how many strains of apples there are, most people probably wouldn't guess the correct number, right? There are 7,500, that's 7,500 strains of apples that they know of, 2,500 of which are grown in the United States of America. And so when we're talking about strains, varieties, etc., this is a natural process by which humans have essentially bred, and that may be a much more easier word for people to digest, through grafting and essentially doing these natural processes where they bring out these different elements of the cannabis flower or plant. The sativa and the indica are actually different. They're not strains, they're different species, I want to say, or something of that nature. Say that again.
You win.
Yeah. So people understand that. That's why they have different. That's why they do different things to the human body, essentially. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. It's not synthetic though, because Yusuf mentioned that word. I want to make sure. There's nothing synthetic in that process. And again, this is where the regulation comes in. I don't know if people are testing. There's likely labs that could be in place that can test, sample test, spot test, however you want to call it, tested at the farm, tested in the stores. I'm all for all of it. Exactly.
That's already in place.
I'm totally for all of it.
There is such things as, and there you can buy synthetic weed.
Woo.
What is synthetic weed though?
Is that K2? That spice?
But hold on. Nobody answered my questions either though. And look, with that being said, black majority, that's already being done. California weed cannot be sold in dispensaries unless it's tested 1,000%.
Yeah.
Certified.
Lab tested. There you go.
Top of the line lab. Colorado the same way. You know what I'm saying? New York, Jersey, and all these others are the same way now. You know what I mean? You must go through certified, FDA type style regulations. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
the safest weed is going to be at the dispensary because of that, right? I mean, the safest marijuana is going to be through the dispensary because of the testing that's involved, certification.
But look, let's flip it real quick just to stay on the same subject. So we understand, hey, look, the LLC boys, aka the foreign investors, they buying up the land, right? So, I forgot what state was that, Idaho or something like that. They kicking out the Chinese or something, you know what I mean, for buying land, and they forcing them to excommunicate the land and give up the land. And so they're about to do some asset forfeiture / eminent domain on these jokers. Good, let's go, because you ain't gonna be near our military base, Asian actors. You know what I'm saying? Plotting and stealing, because y'all doing it already. You see what I'm saying? So the other thing is too, we got to start thinking about is that I don't even think that is really even a case if it's the safest or not. Like I said, if you run into the dispensary, like New York stores, they running down on these smoke shops right now. They are getting ran down on. Trust me, they got a task force in New York where it is the smoking task force. Tobacco, firearms be there. The FBI be there. You know what I'm saying? It's like a gang of them, but there's one group, yo. I forgot the name of it, yo. But they running down in these bodegas. They confiscating the merchandise. Remember, vaping is more harmful than smoking weed in a Dutch master. You feel what I'm saying? That shit right there. Now we can make that illegal. You know what I'm saying? No offense to the vapors out there, but that shit damaging your lungs because the amount of heat that's entering your lungs is paper thin. You know what I'm saying? It ain't meant to be heated up like that. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. You know what I mean? Real talk. So even when you smoking a bong, see, these are the tricks of the trade. You know.
I have a question for you.
Say that again.
I have a quick question for you. What percentage of the weed sold in America is a GMO? It's genetically modified. I don't know the answer. It's not. I'm not like setting you up like that.
Genetically modified and get to the breeding, like Black majority said. So it's like, hey, if there's the original
percentage.
None. I'm gonna say none. But if it is here, it's illegal, bro. It's illegal. It's grown by these foreigners. Look what China do. This is why I be playing these Chinese videos for y'all, yo. Look what they do over there. They're trying to come over here and do the same thing, and Joe Biden letting them, by the way. You know what I'm saying? No, allegedly. Lock them up. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, when you say genetically modified, remember, plants throughout history, bro, have only been bred and pollinated and grown and cultivated and harvested and saved the seeds after we eat the fruit for next year's harvest. You feel what I'm saying? You could grow potatoes get a bag of potatoes from the grocery store, go get a 5-gallon bucket or a big giant bucket, fill it with some good dirt, and chop them potatoes in half. Once they start sprouting, once you leave them on the table, they grow their little sprouts. Some people think that's like it's bad, but no, it's just regrowing itself, or it's trying to naturally genetically regrow itself. You feel what I'm saying? So you could go get a bag of potatoes, onions, carrots, just about anything from the grocery store. I was just looking at a video the other day about not shallots, but green onions, which is shallots anyway, dude, for the most part, or green onions or whatever they call it. how you could just, go to the store, get some damn green onions and just regrow them shits, yo. You know what I'm saying? By putting them in water. This is natural stuff that we've been saying for years because our grandmothers was growing food and flowers and stuff hydroponically right on the kitchen table. How that vase and this flower here never need to be in the dirt. It's just sitting in water. And it's a lot. You know what I mean? Don't need no sunlight. The sunlight come from the light in the kitchen. Come on, man. These plants got a mind of their own like you got a mind of their own. You know what I'm saying? So when you look up videos, like these old 20, 30-year-old videos of the strain hunters, these is some white boys and some Spanish jokers that was just going around the world, yo, looking for different forms of weed. You know what I'm saying? So you got to give them some credit for putting this shit together because it wouldn't have happened. But the white boys really took the hit out in California and places like, what is that, Humboldt Mountain and shit? You feel me? That's where the best blood come from. That's where the haze come from. You know what I mean? So you got to give them credit on that. But legislatively, they effed us. You see that? See, we were supposed to get the dispensaries and all this other stuff and the cultivation. You know what I'm saying? They was just supposed to be solid investors. We were supposed to be running this. But we didn't step up. So when I got people calling me, I'm in the studio all night. I'm going to sleep. It's like 8 in the morning. 10, 11 in the morning. Now I got my phone blown up one day. Hey, yo, bro, get down in Lincoln Park. They filling out applications for the dispensary. They ain't got no $5 million. Click. Hang up. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker, what you hang up with me for, man? Dude, you got $5 million laying around, bro. So I could go down there and fill out that application because I'd definitely be insuring. You feel what I'm saying? I'd definitely be insuring. Real shit, you know what I mean? So I ain't got that bread. You got that bread? Nope. I ain't got that bread. So niggas ain't even thinking about it. We ain't even thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. So when you say breeding, we just do the real terminology you're saying is excuse me, when you say it's lab grown, we just say it's crossbred, meaning it's bred with another species of or part of the family of that cannabis. So if the indica, which is the side of the family, which is a bushy, short style plant, grows no more than 5 feet, you feel what I'm saying? That'll make you lazy, hungry, and just chill, you know what I'm saying? While the sativa family, which is tall, lengthy, bud flowers, grows well over 15, 20 feet, 50 feet, up to 100 feet. We've seen these trees over in Africa, 100-foot cannabis tree, just like a real tree trunk like you would see in a forest. Damn, wow. Wish I had that in my backyard. You know what I'm saying? Just go there, just do what I want and shit. You know what I'm saying? Weed my way, we in the jungle, mighty jungle. You feel what I'm saying? Just go in my backyard and plug what I want to plug. You know what I'm saying? I have all types of trees back that joint, though. Keep it real. So that's the type of joint that I had you energetic, happy, kind of like I am right now because I'm smoking some fire with you right now. That's some fire, you know what I mean? But I like regulars too. I had some Reggie over the summer that it had seeds in it, but this shit smoked like it was some good. So it's like, but it didn't give me the high though. But I liked it because I don't need to be stoned all the time. I got shit to do. You feel me? Yeah. There's no way in hell right now in 2023. And I smoke every day, every hour, you know what I'm saying? But I'm out here working, bro. You feel what I'm saying? I got shit to do, you know what I'm saying? Can't be high right now and shit. So I need something on the low because it's really the cessation of smoking now. You see that? So why am I even smoking when it's just really the cessation of it? I could just quit. That's the dope thing about weed. It ain't body dependent like all these other synthetic drugs throughout the years. It's just really meant because we just smoking just to smoke. I ain't smoke all day. I'm just now smoking. I was out trying to fix my truck today. Shit didn't start, so I don't know if it's the starter, the fuel pump. You feel what I'm saying? I've been in here all night. That's why I ain't been in this room. I've been in here researching all night, yo. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just taking a break. You know what I'm saying? How y'all doing? Corona weed. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. You know what I mean? Go ahead, though. Go ahead, PC.
I will, because I'm about to start working, but I will say that, we could have a lot more other problems than weed, and marijuana is a very small issue, and I didn't want to, go back and forth, but I do think when we think about things that are for us or be beneficial to us, I think it's also important to figure out what might be the safeguards. And I think that's just how I think. I first
let's
think
go,
about,
man. I'm all
okay,
about that
how
shit.
are we
I'm
going
all
to,
about that, bro.
is there
Let's
an
go. Let's
opportunity here?
safeguard the shit.
And the first thing I think about is what is the worst thing that can happen? And, and then I work back from there. But I agree with, your, general assessment. And, all of the issues that I was talking about, it probably only happens while, I'm sure I have anecdotal experience, but I'm sure it doesn't happen as frequently as, and I know, several black people that.
But no, you're right. That's why I'm agreeing with you right there. It is happening frequently now with the psychosis and everything because people are smoking for the first time, but you're not smoking weed. We were smoking in the 90s. There's little kids running around in 8th grade and shit. You feel what I'm saying? You smoking some 20 times more potent shit that like this shit'll knock your brain loose, yo. If you don't know what you don't. Yeah. So give you an example. I was smoking heavy one day. People came around like, yo, continue to get some bud, you know what I'm saying? All right, let's go hit the block, you know what I'm saying? We over here. My man's got the oil pen. 97% pure pineapple weed, yo, you know what I mean? I took 2 pulls off it. The first pull, I'm like, yo, this shit ain't working, bro. Second pull, he's like, yo, you gotta do it like this. Once you show me how to light it, yo, I felt like Smokey in the chicken coop, but I ain't hitting no crack. You feel what I'm saying? Because my man wouldn't do that to me because he smoked weed, regularly, and he get busy with like edibles and all that. He get busy. That's what he doing shit. But I know he ain't gonna pass me nothing bad and shit. But I have had some friends that have, hey, yo, take this, smoke this coke. You feel what I'm saying? Or smoke this dust. Real shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't fuck with those people. So when you talk about laying the ground rules, no, you're going to jail forever. Because I could have died multiple times. I could tell you that right now. Got into fights and shit, you know what I'm saying? All because I'm tripped out. Not even understand what I'm on and shit. So, don't smoke off anybody. There's plenty of rules to this shit. So, what are the rules? Let's get to the pros and the cons of it. You're right on that. You know what I mean? So, edibles, right? Let's get back to that. What if you're like having health issues and you're a diabetic and all that? So, what edibles do, right? Because it's like, in the form of a treat, sugary treat, you know what I'm saying? And y'all edible guys, that gotta chill with like making it look like Skittles and M&Ms and brownies and cookies and Oreo style, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, that's the original. You know what I'm saying? That's real lame, you know what I'm saying? So when a kid get it, they think it's, because they ain't even thinking about it, actually. Let's not even think about it. That's my favorite right there. It's over, you know what I'm saying? Real talk, that it just recently happened up here in New York. The mother wound up putting some fentanyl in a baby bottle, but she thought it was like a little cocaine and shit. But her family sell dope. See that? You know what I'm saying? So rest for that kid, man. You know what I'm saying? All jokes aside.
Yo, what?
Yeah. Did it on purpose too. You know what I'm saying? So what's the consequences for that in the black state? You see what I'm saying? And I think she was a minor. Like 17 or something like that, you know what I mean? So it's like, there are ground rules to this shit. When you think about synthetic drugs, you probably think about things like the movie Belly, you know what I'm saying? But we don't move like that, these white folks do. You know what I'm saying? When I say white folks, I'm really talking about these folks that are like overseas, you feel what I'm saying? Like these Europeans. Because when you look into their culture, I ain't gonna lie, I'm in the drug market. I'm looking at this shit, you know what I'm saying? Because I come from that culture, you know what I'm saying? I'm from the block, illest blocks that's down the block in North. That's bumping to this day. Cops don't care. Niggas sell dope out here. It look like the wire, nigga, but it's clean though. It's clean though. You know what I'm saying? Niggas know what it is. Keep this shit clean. You know what I'm saying? So the cops don't come over this motherfucker. You feel what I'm saying? But you come over and get your work. You know what I'm saying? That's how niggas carry and shit. And it's been like that forever in my hood. This is why I be saying you ain't gonna tell niggas what they can do. Especially if it's an opportunity to make some money, they're gonna roll right over you. You know what I'm saying? Word up. Especially if it's an opportunity they see. Hey, damn, ain't nobody hustling out here. I'm taking this shit. You know what I'm saying? What you need, fam? You know what I'm saying? I'm out on the corner and shit. You know what I'm saying? Don't need no dispensary license or none of that shit. So when we talk about back to the license, hey, man, get your weed from Lil Ray Ray and Pook Pook. You know what I'm saying? Word up. Get your weed from them. You know what I mean? Because they got the best shit. when we talk about what's the best, you know what I'm saying? They got it. You know what I'm saying? Lil Tyrone and them shit. No, man, you know what I'm saying? That's my niggas right there. You know what I'm saying? They rolling. No real talk. You know?
Damn, we gotta tolerate this behavior in the black state. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying,
no.
get it from them if we're not in a black state. You know what I'm saying? If we're in a black state, then it wouldn't really matter, because if it was up to me, we could just grow weed in our backyard and shit, and it'd be okay. You know what I mean? But, you know, up to a certain amount, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, you know, because you don't really need a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? You know, a couple plants, because now, right? The dope thing about technology, right? Where we say it is somewhat lab fucked with GMO, maybe. Right? I will say this, but not really though, because you got to think about it again. There are multiple types of apples. So when we talk about the food we eat nowadays, it's already genetically been touched. You see what I'm saying? Through a laboratory to make it more palatable, meaning your taste buds, to start there. You feel what I'm saying? To make it last longer, that's another thing, shelf life. You feel what I'm saying? That has all genetically been somewhat modified genetically nowadays. I will say that. But for the most part, it's been naturally crossbred. I'm breeding these American red apples with a Chinese pear apple. You feel what I'm saying? To come up with a gala apple.
Mm-hmm.
Take the gala apple, remix it back with the American red. Now you got some sweet, whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? Take pollination from a strawberry plant, mix it back with an apple tree. Now you got strawberry apples, yo. This is nature, bro. Not nothing like man-made. So it's a reason why we got 500. Well, it's like it got to be 1,000 now, because it was 500 back in like 008 to me. You know what I'm saying? 500 what? 500 different strains of bud. So let's go back to that. You never answered my question. What's a strain? You know what I mean?
Like I said, I don't know the exact details.
Right. So a strain is basically a hybrid of the original. You know what I mean? So when you say things like sour diesel and all this other stuff, okay, what makes up sour diesel? Get on your phone right now and type in what combination of weed or cannabis makes up sour diesel, and it would tell you it's Northern Lights and mixed with this and that and the third. But that's just natural plants that come from different parts of the world. But go ahead, though, man. I ain't trying to take your combo up.
Yeah, no, the only other thing I wanted to add is that they say, you know, because there was this indoctrination that marijuana is a gateway drug. It's a gateway drug. If you do marijuana, you're gonna eventually do heroin. You know, that was the propaganda that they put out.
Hey, look, with that being said, my uncles did all the cocaine, heroin right in front of me. I ain't doing that. You know what I'm saying? Thanks, Unks. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
Yeah, but it's actually a deceleration drug where people are using it to rehab themselves off of cocaine, off of heroin, off of even alcohol, as a matter of fact. So there has been studies about it, and it is kind of shown to be a natural way to wean yourself off of some of these harder, more addictive drugs. So it does have a positive benefit in that way as well.
Right. But even with that
I'm going to end this. So thanks for coming out. Appreciate it. Appreciate you.
Like, to bring yourself off some harder drugs, go work out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
see you next Saturday.
You gotta understand, like, people that like
next Saturday,
like,
every Saturday, till we get to the Black Majority State, of course.
You know
thank you so much for coming out. Appreciate you.
That just straight KO them. You know what I'm saying?